Madam Clerk, would you read departmental item number 3 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the ExxonMobil interim trucking for Santa Ynez Unit Phased Restart Project, case number 17 RVP 81. And this is in the 3rd and 4th districts. I would also like to remind members of the public who have registered to provide public comment on this item. Now is the time to log in and do so. Thank you.
And now is the time to reveal ex parte communications. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I've had various emails that have all been forwarded to clerk of the board as public comment. I also met with the applicant and their team on January 27th, 22 and May 2nd, 22 in my office.
And seeing no other light, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a site visit probably a good 9 months ago to a year ago, have met intermittently with the applicant team to discuss the issue. I don't have those dates and I can get those during the hearing.
And thank you for the reminder. I did meet on site several years ago myself at Exxon. I also met again on 3/7/2022 with Brian Robinson, Brian Anderson, and Patrice Sumier and for Exxon, and we discussed safeguards and benefits associated with trucking. I met with Sierra Club, Katie Davis, Luz Reyes Martin, and John Ullman. And I met with EDC on February 14th, 2022, and discussed the risks associated with trucking. And that was Linda Kropp, Brian Troutwine, Maggie Hall, and Rachel Condor. And just wanted to mention that my staff did tally up the 10 groups of public comment that we had. And we had 129 people supporting Exxon from in-county and 1,154 opposed to the trucking proposal from in-county and 49 out of county in favor and 451 out of county opposed. Supervisor Hart.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of ex parte communications. I also did a site visit a number of years ago. And then last week on March 3rd, I met with Exxon representatives Brian Anderson, Patrice Sumier, and Brian Robinson.
And Supervisor Williams.
I have met with the applicant at least once, most recently Thursday, the 24th of January, with Brian Anderson and Patrice Sumier. And I believe there was at least another occasion. It was some time ago, maybe a couple of years. I have also met with Sierra Club a couple of weeks ago. The same individuals that you disclosed, Supervisor Hartman, and repeatedly with EDC over the years, most recently, I believe last week.
Okay, so turning to staff presentation, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. As Ms. Alexander indicated, we're here before you today to forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the ExxonMobil trucking application. That was heard on November 3rd by the Planning Commission. Today we have staff available. Aaron Briggs is here with us in the hearing room. And then we also have John Zorovich, the Deputy Director of the Energy Division, who is available via remote. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Briggs.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, we're actually going to be doing a remote presentation today. Our staff planner, Jax Ibarra, is going to be giving the presentation, and I'll be clicking the slides.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board, and members of the public. Our item today is the ExxonMobil interim trucking project for the phased restart of the Santa Ynez unit. The Planning and Development Energy Division will be giving a short presentation to the board, followed by an applicant presentation and then public comments. Next slide, please. So Exxon is requesting approval of a development plan revision for the installation and operation of a new oil tanker truck loading rack at their Las Flores Canyon facility and transportation of their crude oil from platforms Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage to 2 receiving terminals. Next slide. The proposed project involves 2 parts, as shown on the graphic to the left. The first part would be the construction of the truck loading racks and associated equipment within the Las Flores Canyon, which is located along the Gaviota coast. Construction would be limited to previously disturbed areas, which are located in the northeastern portion of Exxon's existing facilities. As shown on the graphic to the right, the second part of the project would involve trucking produced oil from Las Flores to the Phillips 66 Santa Maria pump station along Highway 101 for as long as it's available, and then to the Plains Pentland Terminal along Highway 166. Next slide, please. Trucking is proposed 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. While the Santa Maria pump station is in operation, all project trucks would unload at that facility with up to 78 daily round trips. Under current estimates, the Santa Maria pump station would be available and operational until sometime in 2023. While the SMPS is in operation, project trucks would only travel to the Pentland Terminal when the Santa Maria pump station is temporarily shut down due to maintenance at up to 34 round trips per day. And then once the Santa Maria pump station is permanently closed, all trucks would travel to the Pentland Terminal. And my apologies, there is a typo on this slide. It should read up to 78 round trips per day to the Pentland Terminal once the SMPS is permanently shut. The annual limits would be capped at 25,550 trucks to the Santa Maria station or 24,820 trucks to Pentland or a combination thereof. Next slide, please. In an effort to reduce the probability of spills that impact sensitive resources, the project would also restrict trucking during rainy periods. And this is because spills that occur during rain events could be transported into waterways more readily than during dry periods. Therefore, no trucking would occur during heavy rain events, defined as a 50% chance or more of ½ an inch of rain in a 24-hour period. No trucking would be allowed to occur until the rain stopped and was not forecasted for an additional 24 hours. The oil production rate under the proposed project would be a maximum of 11,200 barrels of oil per day, which in comparison is about 1/3 of Exxon's previous production rate before their facilities were shut in 2015. Next slide, please. For environmental review, county staff determined that a supplemental EIR should be prepared to supplement Exxon's existing EIR for their development plan. The public review period for the draft document was held from April through June of 2019, with hearings in both North and South County to take public comment. All comments were responded to, and the final SEIR was published in July of 2022. However, about a month later, Phillips 66 announced the future closure of the Santa Maria pump station, so staff decided to revise and republish the final SEIR to include information regarding the closure of the facility and also to include the county's newest transportation thresholds. Next slide. The final SEIR determined that there would be one significant and unavoidable environmental impact, and that would be for hazardous materials and risk of upset. This would be from potential oil spills associated with trucking accidents that could impact sensitive resources at both Las Flores Canyon and along the trucking routes. The severity of an oil spill would be influenced by the amount of oil spilled, the location of the spill, and the season in which the spill occurred. Next slide. You'll see here that the following mitigation measures were developed to reduce both the potential for an accident and spill and the severity of one if it were to occur. The first mitigation measure, the truck hazard mitigation plan, would reduce the potential for an overall accident to occur by requiring additional truck safety features, driver training, and routine inspections, among other things. The remaining mitigation measures listed here would not reduce the likelihood of an accident, but could reduce the extent and impact of a spill if one were to occur. Next slide, please. So with mitigation measures, to reduce the potential for a spill, the probability of an accident would be reduced by 33%. As shown in the bullet points below, the probability of an accident while all trucks are traveling to the Santa Maria pump station is about 3 times less likely than the probability of an accident while all trucks are traveling to the Pentland terminal. In addition, the likelihood for a spill impacting waterways would be greatly reduced due to the rainy day restrictions, and the likelihood of a spill along Highway 166 would be substantially reduced while all trucking is going to the Santa Maria pump station. It's important to note that although these measures would serve to reduce risk impacts, they could not be reduced to less than significant levels. Next slide, please. The SEIR also identified 5 significant but mitigable impacts for air quality, greenhouse gases, and traffic and circulation. In response, mitigation was added to lessen impacts to the maximum extent feasible by fully offsetting greenhouse gas emissions and air emissions to zero, implementing various reporting plans, and restricting truck trips during peak hours, among other measures. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission considered the project on September 29th and November 3rd of 2021. After taking public comment and during deliberations, the Planning Commission had major concerns about traffic safety from the proposed project, especially along Highway 166. They could also not find substantial evidence in the record that the benefits of the project outweighed the potential risk of an oil spill. And therefore, the Commission recommended that the board deny the project based on both CEQA and administrative findings. They determined that they couldn't support the statement of overriding considerations, and they couldn't support policy findings that require adequate streets and highways and require that a project not be detrimental to the welfare and safety of a neighborhood. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff is presenting findings for denial based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. The findings that cannot be made include, first, the statement of overriding considerations, as the benefits do not outweigh the environmental impacts of the project. Secondly, the finding that streets and highways be adequate and properly designed cannot be made, as the additional risk to traffic safety impedes the county's ability to support this, even though impacts are considered mitigable under CEQA. And finally, the finding that requires a project not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, welfare, and safety of a neighborhood cannot be made for the same reason. The additional risk to traffic safety would impede the county's ability to support the finding, even if impacts are considered mitigable under CEQA. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors make the following actions. 1, make the required findings for denial of the project as outlined in attachment A to the board memo you received. 2, determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA. And 3, deny the project. Next slide, please. That concludes staff's presentation, and I will now pass it along to ExxonMobil. Thank you.
Why don't you hold just one moment and let me see if there are any questions on the board. I do see a couple of lights on, Supervisor Hart and Williams.
I do. Can you break down how the climate change emissions would be mitigated? My understanding is the plan is not yet completely fleshed out, so I want to understand the boundaries on that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams. So under CEQA, greenhouse gas emissions would be required to be offset at a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio. So we included that, and also we included to minimize impacts to the maximum extent feasible, that all greenhouse gas emissions would have to be reduced to zero. There would be a plan in place that would outline how Exxon would go about providing that. And that plan is in outline form now and would be flushed out prior to project approval. And I believe Exxon might have more details in what that plan involves in their presentation.
Supervisor, okay. So just following up on Supervisor Williams' question. So the greenhouse gas emissions mitigation is primarily from the truck emissions?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
And that is because the baseline is conditions, the environmental analysis, the supplemental EIR was focused on a baseline or chose a baseline of conditions before the oil pipeline broke. Is that correct? Instead of current conditions as exist now?
Madam Chair, that is correct. The environmental impact reports baseline includes an operational average of the SYU facilities.
And the rainy day mitigation, not to travel by truck on rainy days, then those trips would be made up on subsequent days. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. The original proposed project proposed 70 trucks a day to Santa Maria Pump Station and 68 trucks per day to Pentland. And due to the rainy day restrictions, we increased that number to 78 round trips, but they would have to stay under the annual maximums of the 70 and 68.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if we, because I'm not sure if we regulate it, but do you have any idea how many like gasoline trucks? I'm trying to put this number into perspective. So like how many trucks do we have on our roads right now in Santa Barbara County out carrying gasoline or diesel around the county? Not just a personal truck, or I'm talking about, delivering to gas stations, commercial vehicles.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Lavignino, I do not know that, but maybe Aaron or John or anyone else in the Energy Division would like to speak to that.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, we don't have that number readily available.
No other questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Staff initially at the Planning Commission recommended findings for approval on this project. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, yes, that is correct. We did recommend approval.
And can you go into what that process looked like for this project to reach that level of recommendation from county staff, from our technical staff?
Yes, so when we initially went to the Planning Commission, we found that the project did meet all of the policy findings, including the CEQA finding for the statement of overriding considerations.
Okay, thank you. And that one impact, the hazardous material and risk of upset, is there any legal or is there any way for that to be mitigated, or is that just by the fact that that's a risk that it's unmitigable? Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, that is correct, because there wouldn't be a way to completely take away the risk of an accident or oil spill. Therefore, if one were to occur, an accident or a spill, it could have a significant impact on sensitive resources.
And if I understand right, the risk that you guys are evaluating that for is a risk of up to 5 gallons. Is that the minimum?
That is correct.
Okay, so can't mitigate the risk of a potential 5 gallon spill. All right. I see there's the 70 trips in the plan, but I think there's also been a discussion about net trips, that there might be trips that are taken off the roads through the approval of this project. Can you get into that at all?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I would pass that along to Aaron or Greg Chittick, who is our environmental consultant, that would have details on that.
Supervisor Nelson, I can address that. So the concept is that the Santa Maria Pump Station is currently accepting truck trips from all over the place, both within Santa Barbara County and also from the east. And so we currently have a certain number of trucks that are traveling east from Kern County that deliver their oil to Santa Maria Pump Station. As part of this project, if ExxonMobil were to bring in 70 trucks per day, that's about half the capacity of the pump station, and they would displace other trucks from using the pump station. Now, we can't say with 100% certainty that they're going to displace the trucks that come from Kern County, but given the economics of driving oil that far and the fact that trucks in Kern have other options to deliver their oil to market, we can say that it's likely that they will displace those trucks coming from the east. So in other words, the project will displace other truck trips. And if we look at it that way, the project would not necessarily generate 70 new trips per day. It would generate 70 minus the number that are being displaced at Santa Maria Pump Station.
Do we have any idea of what that number might be so that we kind of quantify that?
We do. The EIR identifies a number. I don't have it off the top of my head, but that's something that we could come back to you with.
I appreciate that. And also part of that discussion, and I think I'm right on this, but all those trucks that are coming from the east to the Santa Maria station, there's no restriction on them on driving during rainy events or times a day.
That's correct. There are no restrictions.
Okay, none of those trips have any of those trips have any of those other safety features like the governors and the GPS monitoring of those vehicles?
So I can't say with certainty that they don't have those features, but they're certainly not regulated by Santa Barbara County Planning and Development.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, just wanted a little follow-up on the probability of a spill study and how that was modeled. Where we're saying that we would anticipate one every 52 years along the 101 and one every 17 years along the 166. Did we do that internally, or was that a study from an outside agency?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, we have a consultant who developed the technical sections in the EIR, and that was their work.
Okay.
And to address the question that you asked earlier about gasoline trucks in Santa Barbara County, our same consultant just got back to me and said that based upon gasoline consumption in our county, the number of gasoline trucks per day is about 50.
Okay. Thank you. And then also, I just kind of wanted to go into the oil response requirements that were on here with the trailer and the UAV. If you could just explain those a little bit more.
Sure. So one of the requirements for the project based upon coastal zoning ordinance is that we mitigate these impacts to the maximum extent feasible. And that goes a step beyond the requirements in CEQA. And so we went back to the fire department after our initial considerations, and we said, well, hey, we're going to mitigate this project to the maximum extent feasible. What other tools would help you in the event of a spill or an upset condition? And the fire department said these tools would help us. So they were added into the project as additional mitigations.
So there's a UAV patrolling whenever the trucks are on the road?
No, it would be used in the case of a spill incident. So one of the things that they learned in a spill that happened a few years ago on the 166 is that they didn't have immediate access to how far the oil had traveled down the creek. And if they had had a drone, they could have flown the drone and found that out in 2 minutes. And
Okay.
so the purpose of that would be for their personnel to be able to reach areas that they can't immediately access in the case of an incident.
And then the spill response trailer is just going to be somewhere along either the 101 or the 166, and be close enough to respond.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hartman. Were there any safety measures that were proposed for this application that weren't incorporated into this by either Caltrans or staff?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, nothing comes to mind immediately. I mean, we were pretty comprehensive, including everything we could think of.
Okay, and we didn't get much into, one of the areas of concern on this project is the 166 East. That has a storied history, if you will. Is there, when you guys work with Caltrans on that, were there improvements that they had suggested with this project? I didn't see much of a slide with that.
We certainly did reach out to Caltrans. They did provide a comment letter on the EIR. Memory serves that there was some discussion about adding turnout pockets to 166 in certain locations. I don't immediately remember the resolution of that conversation, but I don't think that they're a requirement of the project.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I had one last.
Supervisor
If I
Lavanino.
may,
Thank you. I just wanted to see, okay, so at one, the one point we actually had the emergency trucking where we got rid of the 400,000 barrels. And I think there were like 2,500 trips. What did we learn based on those trips?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, that effort was completed with no traffic incidents, no spills, no upset conditions whatsoever. That 400,000 barrels was de-inventoried without incident.
One more question, if you
Sure,
would.
go
Thank you,
ahead.
Chairman Hartman. Would you characterize this proposal to have additional mitigations above and beyond what was taking place with that emergency permit? So, I think I would say, or I think we added some additional safety precautions that didn't exist when we did that, when we had no incidents. And so am I characterizing that correctly?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, that's correct. So during the de-inventory project, that was approved under an emergency permit, and we did not conduct CEQA for that permit. It's not required for an emergency permit. And so the de-inventory project was done at ExxonMobil's direction, whereas the trucking project now has gone through the full CEQA process, EIR. And like I said, we've added every safety measure that we can think of essentially to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions, we'd like to have the applicant presentation. Mr. Anderson, are you the lead? Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sherry Scott, and I'm an in-house counsel for ExxonMobil, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As the board considers ExxonMobil's application for temporary trucking, I would like for you to keep in mind three things. First, ExxonMobil has a vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit under the terms of its Coastal Commission approvals and final development plan previously approved by Santa Barbara County in 1987. County staff correctly states in section 4.4.1 of its September 8th report that the facility is entitled under its current existing approvals, which underwent both CEQA and NEPA reviews, to restart production at any time without further approval from county decision makers. Those prior approvals are not at issue here and should not be revisited. In fact, if a pipeline were available, we could restart today with our current existing permits. However, because a pipeline is not available, this is a request for a permit to truck our product for 7 years, which could end sooner if a pipeline becomes available. Second, in the absence of a pipeline, trucking is allowed by the final development plan, the county's coastal land use plan, coastal zoning ordinance, and the inland land use and development code. ExxonMobil's already approved final development plan specifically contemplates that modes of transportation other than pipeline can be permitted in accordance with applicable LCP policies in the coastal zoning ordinance. Policy 6-8E of the county coastal land use plan provides that transporting oil shall be through onshore pipeline unless the pipeline becomes unavailable. Similarly, coastal zoning ordinance section 35-154.5 provides that transportation by a mode other than pipeline may be permitted when a pipeline to the shipper's refining center of choice is unavailable within a reasonable period of time. As reflected in staff's report, a pipeline has been unavailable since 2015 through no fault of ExxonMobil's and may not be available for another 4 to 7 years. Likewise, section 35.52.060B of the county's land use and development code provides for transporting oil via other modes where oil cannot feasibly be transported by pipeline and where the environmental impacts of the alternative transportation mode are required to be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. As you heard from staff, numerous mitigation measures identified in the SCIR have been imposed on the trucking project to mitigate the environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible. Further, the project will initially truck only to the Santa Maria pump station and will not occur during rainy periods. Trucking along State Road 166 will occur only when the Santa Maria pump station is unavailable. Third, as reflected in staff's September 8th report, temporary trucking is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Gaviota Coast Plan. Simply put, all of the conditions have been met for the board to approve the project. The Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the project, contrary to staff's original recommendation to approve, is unsupported by substantial evidence, and the board should decline to adopt it. The Planning Commission improperly ignored the detailed analyses in the SCIR and opposed the original recommendations of staff, their expert consultants, and the traffic data and opinion of state agencies such as Caltrans. Other than staff's changed recommendations before you today, which were made at the direction of Planning Commission, the SCIR remains the same. Those detailed analyses and recommendations, including the mitigation measures and combined alternatives, all support the finding that State Road 166 can safely accommodate the project. Accordingly, the board can and should approve the application for temporary trucking and certify the SCIR as recommended in staff's September 8th report. Doing so will ensure there is no impairment of ExxonMobil's vested right to operate the Santa Ynez unit pursuant to its current authorizations and would be in compliance with its final development plan and with CEQA. I thank you again for your time, and I now turn it over to Brian Anderson for the remainder of our presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I appreciate the time to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Brian Anderson, and I live in the Santa Ynez Valley with my wife and 2 young children. I'm the asset manager of ExxonMobil's Santa Ynez unit, responsible for ExxonMobil's operations here in California, which have been permitted and operating safely since the 1980s. In the past, this county has been divided on many issues, but recent events have highlighted that energy independence, climate change, and financial stability of the people of this county are important matters to all of us. We need to come together and find solutions, local solutions, to help address the impacts these global issues are having here in Santa Barbara County. Today, you have the opportunity in front of you to do just that, to leverage the people and the resources of this county to bring back local oil and gas production through a temporary trucking permit. First, I want to talk to you about the benefits of local production, starting with the topic that's important to all the residents of this county: reducing global greenhouse gases. Restarting our operation will displace imports of oil from countries that, according to CARB, emit twice the greenhouse gas emissions per barrel to produce than we do at SYU, and without the stringent environmental regulations that we have here in California. For example, NBC recently reported that California imports 50% of the crude that is produced in the Amazon rainforest, leading to further deforestation. Second, the economic benefits currently flowing to other countries through importing of the crude could be directed back to the people of this county, who are dealing with the high prices of food and fuel as a result of the increasing inflation and the shortage of crude supply. Our production that would resume with this trucking is not de minimis. Our temporary trucking permit could allow for more than 28 million barrels of oil over the 7-year period. To put that in perspective, the Biden administration recently announced the release of 30 million barrels from the strategic reserve. In addition, just this morning, President Biden addressed the need for energy independence. He said, quote, "The crisis is a stark reminder that to protect our economy over the long term, we must become more energy independent." Approving this project could provide over 50% of the county's gasoline and nearly 80% of the diesel supply required for the county from our oil, not including the lubricants and other products that can come from those same barrels. Santa Barbara must do its part to help address the supply crisis we are all facing. Over the last 7 years, shutting down SYU operations has resulted in heartbreaking loss of family supporting jobs, employee transfers to other states and countries, and the loss of local business. According to the SCIR, the partial restart will bring back nearly 250 jobs just in our facilities, create additional construction jobs, and bring additional truck driving jobs. During normal operations, SYU was the single largest taxpayer in the county. Prior to shut-in, ExxonMobil paid nearly $4.5 million in taxes to Santa Barbara each year, contributing significantly to the county's schools and public services. In addition to all of that, in an average year of operation, We spend nearly $34 million directly in this county for employee wages and to local businesses for goods and services, much of which is expected to come back with the approval of this trucking permit. The benefits of the trucking are enormous, but as indicated in the supplemental EIR, this is also safe for the people of this county and for the environment. The detailed and lengthy analysis that is done in the SEIR and the great work that the staff did in their September 8th staff report completed by the county's own staff, consultants contain substantial evidence that the streets and highways are adequately and properly designed to carry the type and quantity of traffic generated by this project. As stated in the SEIR, the cumulative traffic impact results in a net increase of 9 trucks a day on Highway 166, to the question that was asked previously. This is less than 1 extra truck on the road every 2 hours. And these trucks that are on the road are highly regulated. In fact, the SEIR provides many agreed upon conditions that include stringent safety equipment, restrictions on driving times, extensive training, among several other regulations, making this one of the most highly regulated trucking operations in the entire world. Multiple traffic experts, including the county's own senior transportation planner, Caltran experts, all supported the analysis and evidence provided, and all determined that the project would not exceed any safety or capacity thresholds. It's not every day that you have the opportunity to make a decision that will be better for the environment, bring hundreds of high-paying jobs to the county, and drive tens of millions of dollars of economic activity to local businesses and to the county's public services. The 5 years of work that the county's planning department worked with consultants and experts sufficiently evaluated and analyzed all the risks and ensured proper mitigations to allow for safe operations. That's why the staff recommended approval of the temporary trucking permit in their September 8th report. You must use the facts and evidence provided to you by your county staff to make a decision that's in the best interest of everyone in this county. As highlighted in your logo, one county. Together, we can make this county better and do our part to help address the local impacts of today's global issues. Thank you.
I would ask that we have a informal rule. If you're supportive, do that, but not clap. So we would appreciate if you would recognize that protocol. Do board members have questions for Ms. Scott or Mr. Anderson? Seeing no lights, I think we're ready to go to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many commenters do we have?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 96 requests to speak on this item.
So we will go for 1 minute each, and
Madam
we
Chair, before you do that, I do have a question. I've asked it somewhat in our meetings, but I would like to understand more about the GHG mitigation that the applicant plans to engage in. And, you know, in particularly what I wrestle with is this question of, you know, in my experience, mitigation is more verifiable and substantive the closer it is to home. But the constraints of in-county versus out-of-county mitigation is a concern. I would love to hear a little bit more.
Thank you for asking the question, Supervisor Williams. We'll be employing a lot of.
Would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Patrice Surmeyer.
Thank you.
And I am the regulatory lead at ExxonMobil SYU unit. So we will be employing a lot of avoidance measures to ensure we're minimizing the greenhouse gas emissions from our facility. But besides that, as Ms. Ybarra noted, we will be doing a greenhouse gas reduction and reporting plan that will be approved by the county in concert with the Air Pollution Control District and will be approved before zoning clearance. So that plan will be prescriptive in details on how we are going to mitigate the project and how we will be reporting the emissions and the reductions, how we'll be verifying them, and how we'll be calculating them. We'll have an annual report following up that will show every year that we are actually completely offsetting our emissions from our project. As part of the plan, we're proposing to inject $1 million into local projects to build out greenhouse gas mitigation infrastructure in our community. We'll be working with the APCD to develop a funding program that would generally follow the funding program that they already use for the Clean Air Grants program. Our objective would be to prioritize local programs that are accessible to the public and in like areas that don't have a lot of greenhouse gas mitigation already. So and one thing to mention is those projects would be long-term. Our project is small and it's temporary, but anything we do as far as infrastructure goes would continue to support our community for years and years after that. So as we've discussed, contributing to local greenhouse gas mitigation, although is very important, is most likely not feasible to offset even the majority of our very small project. So the APCD has calculated injecting $1 million into local programs and infrastructure would provide less than 1,000 metric tons per year of offsets, about 1/10 of our project. This, coupled with very long lead times for permitting and construction in our community, make offsetting locally really not feasible for our project or for any project for that matter. We would most likely need to rely on greenhouse gas reductions represented by registry offset credits that are verified by ARB, approved registries like the American Carbon Registry, and these credits have been recognized and accepted by the APCD as well as ARB to meet the goals of CEQA mitigation. So do you have any other questions that I could help with that?
That's good for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, seeing no more lights, we will turn to public comment and 1 minute per commenter. And once the first person starts, we will close the queue for public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we are going to begin in Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz, and then we are going to return to Santa Maria with Michelle Wolf. And I would like to remind members of the public who are on Zoom, we do not utilize the raise hand feature. We do have you listed and numbered, and that is the coordinating number after D3. That is the number that you are in the Zoom. And we will again go to Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz. Scott?
Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. I'd like to point out to you that you have a problem on your hands. This has to do with the lack of foresight and planning for what's called bridge technology. If in fact you want to get away from hydrocarbons, you want to go to another form of energy, the federal government under this current administration in the state of California under Newsom have done a really terrible job of creating that bridge technology that will keep us out of the energy problems that we have. What you now have is a war on energy having to do coming out of the ground. This is a war that was started in 1968. The technology is far better. And I'd like to point out to you that the County of Santa Barbara has always exceeded federal and state air quality standards. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria for, I'm sorry, that was Michael Wolf, and
Yeah.
to be followed by Vicky Connor. Michael?
So thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Wolf, not Michelle Wolf. I guess I have to improve my handwriting a little bit. So thanks for the opportunity to voice my support for ExxonMobil's trucking permit and restart project, and obviously oppose the denial of the permit. Again, Michael Wolf, Senior Vice President, Aegon Energy Services, which is a parent company of Brinderson and Schultz. We're a California company. We've been here for more than 50 years, and we employ 1,000 Californians working in the oil industry providing services. A little background on myself. I'm a professional engineer. I've got 48 years in the oil industry. I've worked and lived throughout the United States, Canada, Western and Eastern Europe, Russia, former Soviet Union, including the Ukraine, and the Middle East. I've lived in California 5 times, and I currently reside in California. I believe through all that, I believe I have a deep understanding of the oil industry. I believe I can attest for Exxon's diligence on the technical and
And a
social-
minute goes very quickly.
social aspects to this. So again, I support the getting the permit. I oppose the denial. I agree with everything Brian said earlier, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
We will now go to Vicky Connor to be followed by Kathy Vreeland. Vicky? And if you do hear your name and you are in the lobby, if you can please come into the hearing room, that would be greatly appreciated. And following Vicky, we'll have Kathy Vreeland.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Vicki Connor. I'm representing Econ Alliance today, which, as some of you know, is a nonprofit alliance supporting the key industries and communities of Northern Santa Barbara County and the overall prosperity of North County and the county at large. As such, we encourage you to consider this project's positive job impacts and economic benefits to our schools and communities, as well as the environmental benefits of restarting these important operations in one of the most stringently regulated areas of the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity.
We will now go to Kathy Vreeland to be followed by Gerald Rounds. Kathy?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kathy Vreeland, I'm representing the Buellton Chamber of Commerce today. I'm here today in support of Santa Barbara for the safe and local transport. I support the approval of the interim trucking permit because restarting SYU will inject local dollars back into our economy and high-paying jobs into the community. The Buellton City Council has passed a resolution in full support of the temporary trucking permit, which is significant as the trucks from the project do go directly through our community. SYU had been an integral part of the community from 1970 to 2015 when it was shut down, forcing many local workers to become displaced. Restarting the SYU will bring back the families back to their home. It will also inject tax revenues and economic activity for businesses in our area. And I urge you to please approve the temporary trucking permit to restart the SYU and oppose the denial of this permit. Thank you.
And we will go to Kathy. I'm sorry, that was Kathy, correct?
Yes.
Gerald Rounds to be followed by Hertz Ramirez. Is Harold Rounds available? Alrighty, we will go to Hertz Ramirez to be followed by Stephen Baird. Hertz?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Hertz Ramirez, and I am the Business Manager for Labor's Local 220. I am here on behalf of over 2,000 working men and women of the Labor's Local 220 in strong support of restarting ExxonMobil Santa Ynez unit. I urge the board to approve the temporary trucking permit that will enable them to get SYU operations restarted after nearly 7 years of being shut in. As an entity that represents working class individuals, it is our utmost priority to ensure that our members have the best opportunities possible. Restarting SYU will increase contractor work at the facility and will inject more revenues into our local economy. Additionally, the average salary for the jobs created by SYU project is 27% higher than the rest of Santa Barbara County. Not only will restarting SYU provide high quality jobs for our community, but it will also rejuvenate local tax revenues in addition to providing a better environmental alternative. Oil produced here will stay here, displacing oil imported from overseas in ocean tankers. On behalf of our working brothers and sisters, we strongly urge you to approve the temporary trucking permit to restart ExxonMobil's SYU facility until a pipeline becomes available. Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen Baird to be followed by Tom Becker. Stephen?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm Steve Baird. It's been a while since I've seen you. I hope this serves as some sort of credibility for what I'm about to say. First of all, thank you very much for your leadership over the past couple of years. It's been a difficult time. As a disabled veteran, I know what that's like to lead during difficult times. And we're at a point that I'm not sure that it's going to matter much about the safety of trucks on the road because we're not going to be able to afford any gas to be on the road with those trucks. But I do want to bring up just two things. One is the mission statement of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara. It's to provide quality public services to the people, not the environment of Santa Barbara County, in their response to their need for a healthy, safe, and prosperous environment, and to establish and maintain a workforce that reflects the diversity of the community, to establish and maintain. I heard it said today that it's a public detriment to leave an uncapped well idle for too long.
Your
I believe
time
that.
has already gone.
And I
Could
will
you wrap
say
it up
that I would
quickly?
hate to see what it's like to leave humans idle for too long. Thank you very much. Good to
Thank
see
you.
We will now go to Tom Becker to be followed by Andy Caldwell. Tom?
Okay, start. Tom Becker, 43 years, regular ExxonMobil employee. I recently retired.
Could you speak into the mic? And the rules are you're addressing the board, not the audience. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Again, Tom Becker, 43 years, regular ExxonMobil employee. I recently retired a little early because of the plant shutting down and the cutbacks. So I want to change to perspective just a minute. Let's just say you had a big barbecue coming up and you wanted to go buy some meat to cook. I don't know whether or not eating meat's good or not, but if you're going to buy that meat, where do you want to buy it at? You want to buy it local. How about buying it from a neighbor, right? Someone that's local, the money goes right back into the hood here. The guy's accountable, you know his integrity, and he's part of the community. Now, someday, maybe we won't be eating meat. We won't feel the same about that. We'll be vegetarians or vegans, but that's hard and that takes some time. And someday, maybe we're going to look at the use of energy and hydrocarbons a little different. But right now, we need the oil. And right now, we're your neighbors. We've got great integrity. We've got a great history. And we want to be able to provide that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell to be followed by Glenn Battles. Andy?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We urge the board to consider a vote to deny this project and permit could have negative implications that span any business permitted to operate here. To put it plainly, denying this temporary trucking permit is to deny a permitted business the right to operate under their permit conditions. What message does that send? Earlier this year, when you were building your carport, solar carport, and your battery storage, you bought a diesel cat generator to back them both up. And I challenge you, if you're getting rid of oil and ending fossil fuel reliance, why do you still rely on, why did you buy a cat generator? The answer from the board was, we are not there yet. I submit you are not there yet to deny this project. We need this oil. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, you gave a lot of stats on how many people oppose this project. I think if you took that poll at the pump, you get a different polling result. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Glenn Battles to be followed by John Hochleiner.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Levanino, Nelson, Williams, and Hart. ExxonMobil is wanting to permit to truck oil from the Las Flores Canyon tank to start their platform production. In addition to all the economic values that they provide, mine is a more personal story. I'm in support of issuing a permit to truck oil to proposed facilities they are requesting. I keep a 360-foot hedge trimmed on Rosemary Road 3 to 4 times a year. I also spray, shovel weeds, and pick up trash on the ranch frontage. I sat out several pylons to warn drivers that I am working there. There's much traffic on the roads, which consists of pickup trucks, line trucks, farm trucks, passenger vehicles, farm tractors, and even bicycles. The most respected and courteous drivers are those that are from Pacific Petroleum, Sentinel Transportation, Gazelle Transportation, RTS, and many other trucking firms that haul oil to the Phillips pumping plant on Battles Road.
Mr. Battle, that is your time.
God, I just got a couple more.
One final sentence.
They wait the drivers, they will slow down and wait, change lanes while I'm out there if traffic is opposed. I only wish a common driver had as much courtesy and respected that the working on the roadside of trackers do. They do respect their safety training and is very valid to them. Thank you.
We will now go to, my apologies, John Hoffleiner, to be followed by Megan Gamble.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing me to talk today. My name's John Hochleitner with Pacific Petroleum. We're a local company and I'm a lifelong resident of the Valley. ExxonMobil project, I hope you guys approve it. It's going to do a lot for the energy of our country and also for our local resources by putting tax dollars and putting good paying people to work. This is an excellent project. I've worked for ExxonMobil a lot of years, company with a lot of integrity, and it's always done right the first time, not the second time. So again, I ask your approval for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Megan Gamble to be followed by Tracy Baird. Megan?
Chair Hartman and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Megan Gamble, and I'm here as a representative of Santa Barbara for Safe and Local Transport. It is a coalition of public safety, business, agriculture, and other organizations. Some you will hear from today or have already heard from. Others, like the Santa Maria League of United Latin American Citizens, Stop Oil Seeps, and American GI Forum Education Foundation, are also members of our coalition. We are all in support, strong support of the temporary trucking permit because it will enable the restart of local oil production, which will replace oil tankered in from foreign countries with environmental regulations that are not near what we have here in the state or let alone the county. Though you do have them, or you should have them in your packets, I wanted to remind the board that over 1,400 voters from Cuyama, San Maria, Buellton, Carpinteria, Guadalupe, all signed on to a petition in support of the trucking permit. Those are your voters. We respectfully urge you to approve the temporary trucking permit today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tracy Baird to be followed by Ben Oakley. Tracy?
Hi, Trucks are Commerce. My family's been in the trucking business for 65 years. My father put out 200 loads weekly. My cousin is a 42-year veteran of the trucking business and will retire. No accidents and no tickets. Trucks are safe. When you have a CLD license, they are professional drivers. They bring in over $100,000 a year in salaries for families. They make good benefits. CLD licensed drivers are very safe. I want you to understand what it does for families. It is provided for 6 of our children in our family and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So you need to understand trucking is very important. Otherwise, commerce runs on trucking every day. Don't call Amazon if you don't want to have trucking. This is so important that we have trucking in this community. Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Oakley to be followed by Todd Wilson.
Good afternoon, Ben Oakley with the Western States Petroleum Association. You know, we've heard the arguments for shutting down local oil and gas production for years in support of a transition to renewable energy. But the stubborn fact is that demand for oil has remained steady over the decades. California now relies on imports for 70% of our crude oil supply. But it doesn't have to be this way. You see, this isn't just a question of convenience. Energy security is literally a matter of life and death. When we outsource our energy production to foreign countries, we become more vulnerable to the kind of geopolitical turmoil that we're experiencing in the world today. Alternatively, American energy leadership and independence achieved by our people producing and refining fuels under the toughest environmental standards in the world can serve as a stabilizing force that strengthens global and domestic energy security. So today, I encourage you to be that stabilizing force for our energy security, to meet our energy demand right here under the highest standards in the world. Thank you.
We will now go to Todd Wilson to be followed by Richard Filburn.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, my name is Todd Wilson. I'm an Orchid homeowner in the 4th District. I recommend denial of the ExxonMobil permit application, as I did at the Planning Commission meeting hearing. I have found opposition comments and facts provided in the record well-founded and compelling. For me, Highway 166 is simply too dangerous and not adequate for this proposal. Community and regional members should not be encumbered by the negative impacts, including traffic risks and project enabling degraded air quality. I recommend denial. Thank you.
We will now go to Richard Filburn to be followed by Denny Zermeno. Richard?
How you doing? My name is Richard Filburn. I'm a current offshore crane operator. Been operating for over 20 years. I'm definitely for trucking of this oil. It's a negative vote. Basically, is a vote for Russia and Iran. At the end of the day, we need to bring everything home. We need to have our backyard where we work, where we live, where we play. So, this is definitely something that is sensitive to everybody. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We will now go to Denny Zermeno to be followed by Mike Cordero. Denny?
Good afternoon. My name is Denny Zermeno, president and one of the owners of OSC Trucks and Cranes. We are a certified minority-owned trucking crane and trucking company who's signatory to the Teamsters and operating engineers. Over 50% of our employees are a minority. The oil industry is a colorblind industry where all walks of life with little or no education can make a good union living, better than most people with equal education. This is the industry that you could take as somebody without a high school education, and he could make up to $90,000, $100,000 a year working in the oil industry. And that's something very important because people out there are looking for jobs, they need jobs, and these are well-paying jobs. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Cordero to be followed by Jeff Patterson. Mike?
Thank you. My name is Mike Cordero, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mayor Alice Patino with the Santa Maria City Council. As the mayor, she respectfully urges that you approve the ExxonMobil temporary order for the SYU as soon as you can. She's been a member of serving this community for over 30 years. She urges the Board of Supervisors to consider that today's vote is very important and will reverberate throughout the community for many of our constituents. Probably the most startling news is today's announcement that President Joe Biden has banned the oil in from Russian produced oil. And I certainly urge you, the city council urges you to pass your resolution as soon as you possibly can so that we can start this project. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now go to Jeff Patterson to be followed by Thomas Gibbons. Jeff?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Patterson. I'm a superintendent for ExxonMobil at San Ynez, where I've worked since the late 80s, where I hired on. There's a lot of others that are going to talk about the numerous benefits of this project. I'd like to address it from a slightly different perspective. When the pipeline became unavailable, we had to reduce the size of our employees from over 200 and reduce that by 75%. And I was one of the ones that had to find a home for more than 150 of our employees. And these aren't just numbers. These are people and their families, and they were significantly impacted and under a lot of hardship. We and as Mr. Filborn just said, it is time to bring things back home, and that includes our employees and our families to these good paying jobs. Thank you.
We will now go to Thomas Gibbons to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. Thomas?
Madam Chair, Board, my name is Thomas Gibbons. Been coming here since they built this building and the one previous to it. The basic problem I heard this earlier, is you folks don't understand the fundamentals of producing oil. Some people don't know the difference between a gas truck and an oil truck. Is it what they run for fuel? You guys need to get your basics down. When I started my journey in oil, we reacted to events. That's a long time ago. When I got into management, by then, the industry started preventing events. These people here have more experience at preventing things than you could ever believe. Here's your experts. They're all here today. I'm glad to be here with them. You're on the same journey that Germany has been going through. You're eliminating fossil fuels, going to shut nuclear reactors down. You better buy flashlights. It's too bad we can't work together to make this work, because the revenue that this county gets when that oil hits the shore will turn those looks into smiles. I gotta go. I gotta get ready for a school board meeting tonight. Those people understand what's happening. Gavin Newsom doesn't like me.
Thank you.
And I'm not retired yet, bud.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman, and then we will go to Zoom with Clint Oliver. And before Jonathan proceeds, my apologies. I did want to announce to everybody on Zoom, we have posted the speaker order on our website. And if you need help navigating that, please call the clerk of the board. That is 805-568-2240. But we have posted the speaker order for Zoom on the clerk of the board's agenda page. Thank you. Jonathan?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club, representing Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. First of all, I want to say a lot of people are on the phone because they don't want to be in a room where no masks are required. Because if nobody's wearing a mask except them, except me, then I mean, it's not right. It's not fair. It's kind of dangerous. So what I would ask is that you give equal weight to the people who are calling on the phone, because they really don't want to be in this building. Second of all, the taxes, one of the arguments that Exxon constantly brings up is the taxes. They're offering $1 million in taxes. That's almost like, you know, in that movie where the guy says $1 million and everybody laughs at him. I'm laughing at this because this is such a small amount of the
And
total
that
taxes.
is your time.
Okay. Anyway, follow your planners.
We will now go to Zoom with Clint Oliver, to be followed by Jillian Hall. And for those members of the public who are on Zoom, I would like to remind you, if you are using a touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Clint?
Hello, just a quick audio check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is Clint Olivier. I'm the CEO of the Central Valley Business Federation, or BizFed for short. We're a grassroots alliance of over 75 businesses and organizations representing 30,000 diverse employers and over 400,000 employees in the Central Valley. We believe a thriving economy will help solve many of our area's entrenched challenges, and that any disruption to the permitting structure will result in great economic loss, a lower standard of living for thousands of families across the country and the valley here. That's why I'm here today to speak in favor of granting the temporary trucking permit. Restarting SYU will provide energy to California, specifically to us in the Central Valley, and because energy production is near and dear to us, we know there's nothing more important to the oil and gas industry than community health and safety, and our members proudly embrace California's leading health and safety regulations because, after all, we all live here. So with
Thank you, Mr.
we urge
Oliver.
the Board of Supervisors to approve the temporary trucking permit so SYU can restart. Thank you all for your time. Have a great afternoon.
We will now go to Jillian Hall, to be followed by Victoria Cutbirth. Jillian?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jillian Hall with Food and Water Watch. I'm urging you to vote to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking proposal. I want to speak to a comment that was said earlier that the board is here to protect the people, not the environment. I'd like to push back and say that people are a part of the environment, and we cannot separate them from it. This project brings unmitigatable risks of trucking accidents and spills. The proposed route has had many trucking accidents. In fact, over the past 22 years, trucking accidents in Santa Barbara County have injured 59, killed 28, and spilled over 100,000 gallons of oil. In addition to accident risk, restarting offshore production can lead to an offshore spill, harming endangered wildlife in our waters. And lastly, this project will serve to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. We need to move away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy to protect our residents, air quality, and planet. Please follow the County Planning Commission's recommendations to deny Exxon's proposal. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak to you today.
We will now go to Victoria Cutbirth to be followed by Tracy Leach. Victoria? And Victoria, I do see you are using a touch tone phone. There you go. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you so much. Good day, Madam Chair and County Supervisors. I'm here today on behalf of El Gato Channel Foundation and personally as a concerned local. I strongly urge you to please deny this proposal to move us towards a better future. I ask you to please take a second and think about all of the children across the county right now whose futures depend on us and the actions we take. Think about the health, safety, and well-being of your family, neighbors, coworkers, friends. That is what is at stake here today. No amount of money is worth the turmoil that climate change is causing locally and globally. We cannot knowingly allow Exxon to further damage the environment that we all rely on and call home. Not just our human neighbors, but all of the life that calls this land home. We need to be on the right side of history today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to Tracy Leach to be followed by Katie Davis. Tracy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Tracy Leach, Director of Kern Citizens for Energy, and representing thousands of our members in Kern County. There's never been a more important time to encourage and permit California-based oil production. California is already importing, as you know, 70% of its oil needed, most of that from foreign countries. I urge Santa Barbara to lead by example and throw your support behind local energy that every Californian needs and is still using on a daily basis. In Kern County, we support all forms of energy. We lead the state in wind and solar and oil production. Keep all forms of energy on the table available to ensure we're independent and free from foreign oil from those countries that are wreaking havoc on the world right now. I urge you to approve this temporary trucking permit. And thank you very much for the time.
We will now go to Katie Davis to be followed by Maggie Hall. And I would like to remind members of the public, I know a few of you are just logging in now. If you would like to see the order of speakers, we have attached that as attachment 54 to today's item. And that will list the order that the speakers on Zoom are in. We do not use the raise hand feature. So if you can please refrain from using that, we will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Thank you. We will now go to Katie Davis to be followed by Maggie Hall. Katie? I believe Katie just bounced off. I will return to Katie momentarily. We will now go to Maggie Hall to be followed by Brian Trautwein. Maggie?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. I'm Maggie Hall, Senior Attorney at the Environmental Defense Center, appearing on behalf of EDC along with our clients Get Oil Out and the Santa Barbara County Action Network. We urge the board to deny this dangerous project, and I would also like to highlight why the EIR is inadequate and cannot be certified. First, the EIR fails to assess the impacts of the whole project, which is critical under CEQA to ensure complete disclosure of impacts. The purpose of the project is to allow Exxon to resume production of the SYU facilities. However, the EIR fails to analyze the many adverse impacts associated with offshore operations. Second, the EIR uses a misleading environmental setting based on historic conditions when the correct baseline is the current shutdown status of the platforms. ExxonMobil does not currently have an existing right to operate without further discretionary approvals because its development plan is contingent on pipeline transportation. In conclusion, the county cannot certify the EIR, and if it denies the project, no action is required. Thank you.
We will now go to Brian Trautwein to be followed by Linda Kropp. Brian?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Trautwein with the EDC. This is one of the most flawed EIRs I've reviewed in years. It omits rare species, habitats, and the impacts of wildfires. For example, it relies on incomplete databases which advise users that field surveys are necessary, but no field surveys were conducted. It omits the arroyo chub and a protected fish living in Gaviota Creek under Highway 101, where a spill would be devastating. It omits 12 rare plant species. Tanker accidents can spark fires, as we saw last year, and the route passes through high and extreme fire hazard areas, but the EIR omits wildfire impacts on rare vegetation, protected species, and habitats, and incorrectly finds wildfire impacts less than significant. It omits the impacts of post-fire debris flows, which would devastate species such as red-legged frog and steelhead. It omits the impacts of fuel spills. Tankers carry up to 300 gallons of diesel. A fuel spill could kill several rare aquatic species. In closing, the EIR is incomplete and inaccurate. Thank you.
We will now go to Linda Kropp to be followed by Nadia Abushanab.
Good afternoon. I am Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center. As you've heard, our clients support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny ExxonMobil's application due to the significant and unavoidable impacts related to oil spills and accidents. Unfortunately, the findings regarding the project's inconsistency with the LUDC and coastal zoning ordinance do not reflect the inevitable risk of accidents. The crash map submitted by EDC will show that there have been 8 accidents along the proposed route in the last 15 years, including 6 within the last 6 years. This evidence shows that the information in the EIR is incomplete and inaccurate. Under California land use and planning law, the county's findings must be based on the evidence. Accordingly, the findings must be revised to reflect the 2020 staff recommendation, the evidence submitted by the public, and must delete the determination that safety impacts are mitigable. Instead, the findings must reflect that such impacts are significant and unmitigable. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Nadia Abushanab to be followed by Ken Huff. Excuse me, Nadia.
Hello. We will be using my time and Ken Huff's time to show a short video that has been submitted. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I mean, we've never allowed mixing times together. And I had somebody actually ask me beforehand if he could take somebody else's time, and I told him we didn't do that. So
For clarification, Chair Hartman and members of the board, Nadia Abushanab is using 1 minute to play the first minute of this video, and Ken Huff will be using his minute to play the second minute of this video. Yes, I couldn't hear it though. I just wanted to make sure there was volume on the computer. Hold on 1 moment.
We have an update on a deadly crash on Highway 166 near New Cuyama on Sunday. CHP says they were killed when Riley drove into the path of an oncoming truck that was hauling a tanker trailer.
Let me get this straight. You want to load 6,000 gallons of crude oil onto 70 tanker trucks and send them 150 miles along our coast, up the 101 to Santa Maria, and across the 166 to Maricopa. 450,000 gallons per day past the ocean where this happened, through this winding canyon, and over this bridge where this happened. Past this.
We will now go to Ken Huff, to be followed by Katie Davis. Ken?
Icy curve.
Wait.
Yes, hi, this is Ken Huff with SB Can with the second half of the video. Thank you.
This happened. Past two schools where this happened. Down this steep grade to this offloading station. Tell me again, 70 truckloads per day, one truck every 10 minutes, 24/7, 450,000 gallons per day, 166 million gallons of crude oil per year. Now tell me again how it's safe.
We will now go to Katie Davis, to be followed by Julie Teal Simmons. Katie?
Hi, this is Katie Davis with Sierra Club, representing thousands of people who have signed a petition opposing this project. I have Exxon's original development plan up right now. I'm looking at it. It was dated 1982. So that was 40 years ago, and it was based on a lifespan of those offshore rigs of 25 to 35 years. I'm looking at the offshore spill section. It's like a page and a half. It's radically outdated. The EIR is supposed to consider the baseline, which currently is shut down and has been for the last 7 years because of an oil spill that decimated our local economy. And Exxon's arguing that they just need to look at trucking and can't consider the fact that we have these offshore these offshore platforms, and the San Ynez unit would restart with this project, which was the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants like PM2.5 in the county. And none of that would be mitigated. None of that's considered. None of that would be offset. We would have hundreds of thousands of metric tons.
That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Julie Teal Simmons, to be followed by Malia Yest. Julie?
Thank you, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. Julie Teal Simmons, attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity. First and foremost, I just want to reiterate that state and county laws generally prohibit oil transport by tanker trucks for very good reason. The board should deny this request for an extraordinary exception to this default prohibition on dangerous oil trucking. Let's not forget that staff originally recommended taking Route 166 off the table entirely because of its risks. Furthermore, even if the board were to consider approving this project, the underlying EIR is inadequate to support approval. As just one example, as Katie alluded to, it ignores the impacts associated with restart and instead relies on environmental analyses issued 35 years ago, which are now older than the expected life of the platforms themselves. Recent events counsel for fast tracking our clean energy transition, not relying on documents produced in the mid-'80s or on unsupported contentions about the oil extracted and transported by Exxon. You wouldn't know it from the speakers in favor of trucking, but in recent years, California refineries have increased oil production for export.
And we will now go to, Malia Yes, to be followed by Sue Sadler. Malia? My apologies, Malia is not online. We will now go to appears Sue Sadler is not as well. Catherine Lane to be followed by Grant Hubner. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine Lane, and I am one of the executive chairs for UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to vote in denial of Exxon's interim trucking project. I am representing many students and board members who cannot be here today as we are in the thick of finals. Exxon's project itself has Class 1 unmitigable impacts on the environment, community, and water, making the project extremely risky. It also has Class 2 greenhouse gas emission impacts with weak mitigation measures. Before offsets, the project overshoots the county greenhouse gas emission threshold by a factor of 9. Exxon plans to mitigate some of these emissions via fuel-efficient trucks and offset programs, but with 70 trucks a day and no specific plans in place, these measures will almost certainly fail to adequately reduce the project's carbon emissions. We cannot let Exxon circumvent responsibility for their emissions and let them send our global climate into a state of peril. I urge you to vote in denial.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
We will now go to Grant Hubner to be followed by Soham Ray. Grant? It appears Grant is using an older version of Zoom, so I am going to need to promote you, but please keep your video off. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Grant Huebner, and I'm the Community Affairs Chair for the UC Santa Barbara Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you for taking my comment. Today, I'm here to ask you to deny ExxonMobil's interim trucking proposal. Exxon claims will provide stable jobs. However, the firm's long-term financial stability is shaky at best. As of December 21st, Exxon was saddled with $53 billion of debt. To reduce debt, Exxon has already begun to cut worker benefits and jobs. It is clear that any jobs Exxon might create in the Santa Barbara County face the same risk. In 2021, BlackRock, the world's largest asset management firm, stated the following: Exxon must further assess its strategy. The company's current reluctance to do so has the potential to undermine its long-term financial sustainability. If even the world's largest asset manager doubts Exxon viability, then why should we trust it with our jobs? Supervisors, Exxon will not create and sustain the jobs it claims. I urge you to deny the Exxon trucking proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Soham Ray to be followed by Lily Ortiz. Soham?
Hello, supervisors. My name is Soham Ray, and I'm here on behalf of UCSB Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to deny ExxonMobil's interim trucking proposal. Route 166 is a road that was deemed too dangerous to truck oil by the 2020 Planning Commission staff recommendation. The updated Planning Commission staff reports fails to sufficiently address why crude oil trucking should now be allowed on Route 166, only mentioning inadequate mitigation measures. The SEIR has concluded that there are significant and unavoidable impacts connected with oil spills. A spill, as quoted in the FEIR, could impact sensitive resources, including biological, water, and cultural resources, something with which the Cuyama area is already burdened with. Cuyama Valley residents and its agriculture industry depend on groundwater, which, as the previous presenter showed, is under great threat. With hundreds of acres of new cannabis farms approved in the Cuyama Valley, ground and surface water is more critical than ever. We all remember when 4,200 gallons of crude oil spilled into the Cuyama River 2 years ago. Preventing crude oil trucking in Santa Barbara is how we stop events from happening again. Please vote to deny this proposal. Thank you.
We will now go to Lily Ortiz to be followed by Jesse Casey. Lily?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lily Ortiz, and I'm one of the chairs for UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board, and I strongly urge you to oppose Exxon's trucking proposal. Exxon is the world's 5th largest producer of greenhouse gas emissions, but does not report 90% of its emissions, which are Scope 3 emissions. With it While it has proposed carbon capture strategies, the collective 6.8 million tons of carbon captured is less than 1% of the roughly 700 million tons emitted. Even the IPCC and IEA stress that the carbon capture techniques are not an alternative to cutting emissions, nor an excuse for delayed action fighting climate change. Several of Exxon's refineries exceed the limits of particulate matter, a violation of the Clean Air Act. Not only do these refineries exceed illegal limits, they do so at a rate up to 8 times that of the other top polluters. While this data relates to refineries and not to trucks, it demonstrates Exxon's repeated and flagrant violations against the Clean Air Act and its lack of attention towards reducing emissions. In relation to the proposal at hand, Exxon wants to truck over 460,000 gallons of oil, knowing the pollution and risks involved. With that being said, I urge you to deny the trucking proposal. Thank you again for taking my comment.
Thank you.
We will now go to Jesse Casey to be followed by Marissa Sullivan. Jesse?
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Jesse Casey, and I'm the policy chair for UC Santa Barbara's Environmental Affairs Board. I would like to reiterate that the SB Planning Commission determined that Route 166 was unsafe for this project when it was first proposed in 2020, and the FEIR has already concluded that there would be significant unavoidable impacts on the project, including significant impacts on wildlife and cultural resources. These trucks will drive on a narrow and dangerous mountain road through the Twitchell Reserve, Cuyama River, Los Padres Forest, alongside Carrizo Plains Ecological Reserve and National Monument. These ecosystems are home to endangered and threatened species. With only 200 individual Southern California coast steelhead left, a single truck accident could result in mass die-offs for an already threatened species. Blunt-nosed lizards live in roadside ditches and are commonly affected by vehicle strikes and are highly sensitive to oil exposure. The highly permeable skin of Southern California salamanders also makes them especially susceptible to oil seepage, and breeding sites are found on Highway 101 in Los Alamos. It is important to deny the project and to avoid significant ecological harm to a multitude of species that live along the 166 and 101. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Marissa Sullivan to be followed by Rebecca August. Marissa?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Marissa Sullivan. I'm the tribal representative for the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. I'm here in opposition to the trucking of oil being proposed by Exxon, which runs through the unceded ancestral lands of the Chumash people. Many of you are familiar with the history of the Chumash. You've acknowledged our historical and well-documented ties to this land and its waterways. You know how protective we can be of our ancestral village sites that are found along the coast and the interior. These are the village sites in which our ancestors lived for tens of thousands of years. They established a network of commerce in which they conducted business between villages here on the mainland and included the Channel Islands. Our Chumash history of our ancestors have a lot in common with the community members of today, the ones that would be affected the day that one of the trucks hauling crude oil gets involved in an accident. We too lived our lives here. We fished out of these waters. We visited our neighbors and other villages. We all had a
That is your
job.
time, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank
Sorry
you.
it goes so fast.
I wish that you just vote no on this, please. Thank you.
We will now go to Rebecca August to be followed by Phyllis Asher. Rebecca?
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. I'm the Director of Advocacy at Los Padres Forest Watch. We're a nonprofit organization that protects wildlife, wilderness, water, and sustainable access throughout federal lands. On the Central Coast, we have about 30,000 supporters in the region. Along with the concerns that were already mentioned and will be mentioned, we urge denial of the trucking plan because it poses unacceptable risks to water and our public lands. I want to highlight that the route corkscrews through a mountainous section of the Los Padres National Forest along the Cuyama River, where there have already been multiple accidents, including spills into the river and fires. Oil spills linger in the environment for years and can continue harming wildlife. The 166 also passes over Twitchell Reservoir, adjacent to Carrizo Plain Ecological Reserve and the Carrizo Plain National Monument. All of these public lands provide critical habitat to a growing list of endangered or threatened species, including but not limited to the Southern California steelhead, California tiger salamander, arroyo toad, California condor, giant kangaroo rat, San Joaquin kit fox, mountain lion, and others. I urge you to protect our coastal community and public lands by denying the project. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Phyllis Asher to be followed by Michael Lynch. Phyllis?
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here as an ExxonMobil employee. I live here in Lompoc, and I support the approval of the interim trucking permit for two main reasons. One, it's local oil that's produced under strict permitting requirements that would benefit the global environment, not just here in California, but the whole globe. There is a great need in our country right now for the oil produced while we move forward for a more diverse energy. The second reason is I believe in ExxonMobil's commitment to safety. We each work with a personal commitment that no one gets hurt. And that would include our environment here in Santa Barbara County, as well as globally. So I urge the board to vote to approve this interim trucking permit. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Lynch to be followed by Brett Garrett. Michael? And Michael Lynch, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself on your end to provide your comments. Again, we have unmuted you on our end. Can you please unmute on your end?
Thank you for waiting for me. I found it. Thanks for hearing all of us. I want to request that you approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and deny the trucking. I listened to the Planning Commission meeting. I want to say that nobody suggests that the truckers are unsafe. And it has a lot to do with other drivers. We cannot control other drivers. We do know the number of accidents that do happen. It is a poor route. We've established that. I also wanted to point out that the number of delivery trucks that currently deliver oil, I don't think is as relevant, because that oil that they're delivering to local gas stations, as far as I know, is much heavier and more toxic. I'm sorry, is less heavy and less, what we're talking about trucking in this is much heavier.
And that is your time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Brett Garrett to be followed by Mayor Paula Perotti. Brett?
Hi, this is Brett Garrett from Goleta. Please reject Exxon's trucking proposal. Given our history of local oil spills and given the threat of climate chaos, it is outrageous to consider dumping more oil into our ocean and into our community. There is nothing safe about offshore drilling. The staff report anticipates 1 in 17 probability of oil spills, just from the trucking, I think. That means an oil spill every 17 years. Do not allow that to happen. When we talk about energy independence, we must find a way to become independent from the fossil fuels that are killing us and killing our planet. Most of the people who call to support this project appear to be paid representatives or speaking from their own self-interest. Please listen to the Planning Commission, listen to your heart, and listen to the Chumash people. Most of us are uninvited guests living in Chumash territory, not Exxon territory. Please reject the trucking proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mayor Paula Perotti to be followed by Tevin Schmidt. Paula?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Paula Perotti, Mayor for the City of Goleta. The city of Goleta opposes allowing transport of crude oil via tanker truck from ExxonMobil's Las Flores Canyon processing facility to the Phillips 66 Santa Maria pump station and the Plains Pentwood terminal in Kern County. On February 19, 2019, the Goleta City Council adopted resolution number 19/05 opposing this application due to the environmental, safety, and other risks associated with crude oil transport via tanker truck. This proposal to transport crude oil by truck is intended to replace the now defunct Plains Line 901 pipeline, which ruptured on May 19, 2015, fouling beaches and coastal waters and causing widespread irreparable environmental damage. The Plains pipeline disaster resulted in a shutdown of the pipeline system, for which ExxonMobil now seeks a risky and inherently problematic workaround. Please
Thank you, Mayor Perotti. That is your time. One last sentence.
Thank you.
We will now go to Tevin Schmidt to be followed by Ryan Dixon. Tevin?
Hey, can you guys hear me? It took a minute to get
Indeed, we can.
unmute.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tevin Schmidt. I'm the watershed scientist for the Wichita Foundation. Wichita Foundation urges the county supervisors to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the ExxonMobil interim trucking project. As is detailed in our comment letters, this project cannot be allowed to move forward. The final SEIR for the project is completely lacking in its analysis of project impacts to cultural resources, cumulative impacts of the project, biological resources, and water quality. Further, the SEIR states that even with implementation of mitigation measures, there would be significant and unavoidable impacts to cultural, biological, and water resources if an oil spill were to occur. In 2020, a truck driving a similar route crashed and spilled oil into the Cuyama River, oiling an endangered species and irreversibly damaging natural cultural resources. The proposed project by ExxonMobil threatens to increase the frequency of these disasters. Please listen to your community and planning commission. Say no to ExxonMobil's irresponsibly dangerous project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
We will now go to Ryan Dixon to be followed by Michael Leons. Ryan?
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Dixon, and I was a facilities engineer at SYU from 2014 to 2018. Seen firsthand that trucking operations from SYU can be done safely, I'd urge you to approve the permit application to truck until a pipeline option is available. A few hours ago, President Biden announced a ban on imports of Russian oil. SYU production can offset 25% of California's imports from Russia, which is not insignificant. In regards to the environment, when you evaluate on a global scale, there is benefit to offset production from Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Ecuador with production from California, subject to the strictest regulations in the world and with the shortest distance to market. Imports from Ecuador earn California the dubious distinction of being the world's single largest consumer of oil produced in the Amazon rainforest. But the point I would leave you with is about people. While the energy industry is global, its impacts are felt locally. I've watched as friends were laid off, moved to a different state, or even a different country when SYU shut down. I believe it is in the best social, economic, and environmental interests of Santa Barbara County to restart SYU and urge you to approve the permit application. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Leons to be followed by Kallian Sheehy. Michael? Michael, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end. Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board. I'm Michael Lyons, the President of the Board of Get Oil Out, also known as GOO, born out of the infamous oil spill of 1969. In addition to being one of the many community organizations who have signed on to a letter submitted in opposition to this project, we come here today to urge the board to deny the ExxonMobil's application for a trucking permit. The testimony and documentation presented at the Planning Commission hearing showed clearly the dangers of trucking and revealed the faulty methodology and incomplete data in the environmental documents. Furthermore, the evidence was clear that any of the alleged benefits were speculative and therefore not sufficient to support a finding of overriding consideration. The process leading to the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial gives the board everything needed to issue the denial today. GU strongly believes that the board should deny the project. It's just another disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
We will now go to Kalyan Sheehy to be followed by Nikita Jagu. Jago?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Kalyan Sheehy, and I've been a full-time student at the University of California, Santa Barbara since 2019. Like many others today, I'm deeply concerned about this project's potential to adversely impact residents like me, given the fact that the oil platforms have the potential to harm marine life, and there's transportation-related risks that would be imposed on residents and visitors to the county. As has been described today, there's been a history of accidents, especially along the narrow and overcrowded routes 166 and the highway for many years. Several of these accidents have left 59 people injured, 28 dead, over 100,000 gallons of oil spilled. I believe today that ultimately there's clear risks here that prove unacceptable, and I'd urge the board to deny the project proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Nikita is not logged in, so we will be going to Molly Troop to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I am a Science and Policy Associate at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, a local nonprofit organization whose mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. Santa Barbara Channel Keeper supports the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the ExxonMobil trucking project, and we urge the board to follow the recommendation and deny this project. As you are hearing from so many of the speakers here today, there are innumerable reasons to deny this project, including very real dangers of trucking along Highway 101 and Route 66, and the contribution of over 317,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year, which is equivalent to the annual emissions of 70,000 cars. This is all at a time when we need to be decreasing our emissions and not increasing them. And then there are oil spills, which are identified as significant and unavoidable according to the EIR and the very real life examples. But most critically, it's been identified that the oil produced will contribute very small amounts to California's domestic.
And that is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Dustin Hoyseth to be followed by Mark Winecki. Dustin?
Hello, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Dustin Hoyseth, Public Policy Manager for the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, from Goleta to Carpinteria, representing our 1,100 members and 75,000 jobs. I'm speaking today in support of the interim trucking permit. On behalf of the many businesses we represent throughout the county, we ask the board to be mindful that your vote today could have unintended consequences for any permitted business operating in Santa Barbara County. The project has gone through extensive environmental review and has received county staff's recommendation of approval. This facility has been idle since May 2015, and until a pipeline alternative becomes available, a temporary trucking permit will allow for the phased restart of SYU. The interim trucking proposal will bring back hundreds of high-paying jobs and millions of dollars of income and spending. This is more important now than ever, as our county continues its economic recovery from the pandemic. Also, restarting SYU will mean oil produced here will stay here, replacing oil tankers from overseas countries. This not only means more energy independence, but better environmental standards for the oil we use. We hope that you will support the approval of the interim trucking permit. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Winecki to be followed by Larry Bickford. Mark? And Mark, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak. I am Mark Winnicky, representing Aqueous Corporation and all the families who work with Aqueous Corporation. We've been working for ExxonMobil here in the Santa Barbara Channel for over 20 years. We urge you to approve the interim trucking permit to ExxonMobil. Our experience with ExxonMobil is that they represent the highest standard in safety to their people and to the environment. Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Bickford to be followed by Emily Luster. Larry?
Here we go. I think I got it. Hi, my name is Larry Bickford. The facts are compelling. There'll be 178,000 fully loaded oil tankers and a total of over 1/3 total trips during the 7 years. One tanker will be passing by and through the Gabby Tunnel and over the Cuyama River Bridge every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, hauling 500,000 gallons of crude each and every day. What are the chances of there being no crashes, no oil spill disasters, no deaths over all those years if you approve this project? It's pretty clear the answer is 0. The pipeline is permitted, tanker trucks are not. They've had 7 years to fix the pipeline and now claim it might be 7 years more. I say, oh, well, that's your problem, not the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Your legacy will be either facilitating death and destruction for the profit of a powerful corporation or rational decision-making protecting the citizens of Santa Barbara County. It's your choice.
Sorry, you've exceeded your time.
It's good. I'm done. Thank you.
We will now go to Emily Luster to be followed by Glenn Morris. Emily?
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. I am Emily Luster, Law Clerk at the Environmental Defense Center. I would like to briefly clarify that the situation in Russia and Ukraine does not support ExxonMobil's proposed project. This project would produce, at most, only 0.06% of the nation's daily oil consumption. This amount is negligible, and there remains no question that the board must deny this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Glenn Morris to be followed by Matt Guthrie. Glenn?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Santa Maria Valley Chamber of Commerce, I will appreciate the opportunity to address you. We recognize that decision makers often must make trade-offs among competitive priorities. Unfortunately, we have witnessed that too often in Santa Barbara County, those trade-offs have ignored those who are seeking to improve their own economic vitality for their families and communities. We're proud to join with other business organizations, community leaders, labor organizations, and most importantly, with our neighbors and their families in asking you to, this time, prioritize their needs and their requests. We ask you to reverse the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Matt Guthrie to be followed by Catherine Mullen. Matt?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Matt Guthrie, and I'm speaking again today on behalf of our client, the Coastal Energy Alliance. CEA is a group that educates the public on energy issues and advocates to policymakers to further the successful production, distribution, marketing, and consumption of local energy resources focusing on coastal California. Although the issue of locally controlled energy production and transport are important in any environment, I think we all recognize that it's more important now than perhaps it ever has been. Energy independence and the critical infrastructure and systems that support it are how we decrease our dependence on foreign sources of energy. It helps us to be more self-reliant and secure while reducing carbon emissions exacerbated by foreign imports. Your board's support of restarting the ExxonMobil interim trucking for the Santa Ynez unit will mean that locally produced oil will be handled with local infrastructure in a safe and responsible manner. Santa Barbara County can do its part to promote and facilitate reliable, sustainable local energy with minimal impacts to our environment. On behalf of CEA, I respectfully request your approval of the modified project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Catherine Mullen to be followed by Keela McGordon. Catherine?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Mullen. I live in Santa Barbara City. I am against allowing this project. Using greenhouse gases, that is carbon-based fuel, to move greenhouse gas, carbon-based fuel, is ridiculous on many levels. Greenhouse gas mitigation measures are also generally greenwashing and are not as effective as not releasing those greenhouse gases to begin with. Greenhouse gas caused climate change is happening and will be resulting in much bigger problems in our collective near future if we continue to stick our heads in the sand and keep using and trucking oil. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Keela McGordon to be followed by Rachel Keniston.
And Madam Clerk, after that, we'll take a 10-minute break. I think we're a little over halfway through.
Yes, thank you. Keela?
Hi, my name is Kayla McGordon. I'm an intern with the EDC and a senior at UCSB. I was tasked during my internship to research oil tanker truck accidents and found at least 87 accidents involving tanker trucks have occurred in California in the last 22 years, 14 of which occurred within Santa Barbara County. These resulted in a total of over 100,000 gallons of oil spilled. 8 of these accidents occurred along the exact route proposed for this project and resulted in 5 people dead, 4 injured, and nearly 7,000 gallons of spilled oil. These accidents were usually caused by other drivers on the road, loss of control of the tanker truck, possible speeding, and overturning on windy roads. More frequent trucking along these highways poses a serious threat to other drivers, wildlife, agriculture, as well as rivers and reservoirs. Claims of mitigation of these impacts should be disproven on the basis that there is already significant impact without the introduction of additional trucks. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rachel Keniston.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. My name is Rachel Keniston, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Los Padres Forest Watch, a nonprofit based in Santa Barbara protecting wilderness throughout Los Padres National Forest and the Carrizo Plain National Monument. I'm also a student at University of California, Santa Barbara. This morning, we ask you to deny the ExxonMobil trucking permit, sending nearly 70 truckloads of oil daily along the 101 and State Route 166 endangers Santa Barbara coastlines, waterways, and habitats for native species. In the last 6 years, there have been 258 trucking accidents along this route, including in March 2020 when an oil spilled more than 4,500 gallons into the Cayuma River. Preventing trucking along the 166 protects adjacent waterways and the Cayuma River and the Twitchell Reservoir, which offer critical habitat to native species. In addition, in the Carrizo Plain and the Carrizo Plain National Monument, there are endangered and native species that also need our protection.
Thank you. So we will come back at 1:45. So we're reconvening the March 8th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting here in Santa Maria. And we're going to continue public comment on item D3. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you. We will continue on Zoom with Scout Vernon to be followed by Gabriel Marquise. Scout?
Hi there.
Hello.
My name is Scout Vernon. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. And I guess I just want to call out that oil is unhealthy. It's unhealthy for us, the air, the water, the soil, and all beings on earth. And this is our chance to make a decision for the long term and transition to healthy energy solutions. So please deny the trucking permit. And please don't forget that the trucking permit also means restart of the SYU plant and exposes the risk of another ocean oil spill. Thanks so much. Bye.
We will now go to Gabriel Marquis to be followed by Lynn Carlisle. Gabriel? Gabriel, if you can unmute on your end and provide your comments.
Do you hear me okay?
There
Yes.
we go. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Gabriel Marquez, born Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital, 1966. I've lived here my whole life with my family, big family of plumbers, pipe fitters. And I can tell you the economic crunch that happened post 2015 was felt by so many people, so many people. And it's very, very sad to see what's happened in the area with the local infrastructure as well going down. And this project, remember, 2015, it wasn't the direct cause of Exxon. It was a pipeline company. Exxon has always operated responsibly, and I don't see what would stop them from doing that going forward. So I'm in support of the project. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lynn Carlisle to be followed by Meg Brown. Lynn?
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Carlisle. I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center. I've served the Cuyama Valley for the last 11 years. 166 is already a dangerous road. Every single person I've ever talked to in Cuyama has a horror story about 166. We've all seen folks passing on blind curves, passing across double yellow lines, all trying to get past the trucks that already use the route every day. Add more truck traffic, as this proposal recommends, and the road becomes even more dangerous. Add a little snow, as we had 2 weeks ago, and wasn't forecasted 24 hours ahead, and a bad situation becomes much, much worse. 166 is the only way to get from one place to another in the Cuyama Valley. It runs past the fire and sheriff departments, our only health clinic, our library, and our only park. And it runs past our only schools. Our school board is so concerned that it issued a resolution asking that this proposal be denied for the safety of our students. Please listen to their concerns, follow your staff recommendations, and deny ExxonMobil's unsafe trucking plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle.
We will now go to Meg Brown to be followed by Pamela Budschek.
My name is Meg Brown. I'm a Cuyama resident for the past 16 years. I strongly recommend that this proposal be denied again. 166 is a highly dangerous highway with few passing zones that are very short. There are no speed limits going through Cuyama's town sites. That increases the danger to our local residents trying to get into or out of 166. With the heavy traffic that we already have, we don't need more. Oil spill risks are just too high and are devastating and have devastating impacts on our environment, both local and in the county. The high traffic, as Ms. Carlisle mentioned, is a danger to our schools. ExxonMobil is not looking into the future of energy dependence through renewable energy resources. It is one of the few oil industries that is not taking that step. It needs to get with the future and decrease our dependency on oil imports as well as local oil extraction. Thank you.
And my apologies in advance. We will now go to Pamela Bakzuk to be followed by Roy Reed. Pamela?
Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors for this time. I live in New Cuyama. I travel on 166 in both directions many times. I've seen loaded vehicles, trucks, hold up lines and lines of traffic. It's a 2-lane highway. There's no passing lanes and no marked turnouts. Trucks don't stop and over. We've had numerous accidents. All of these roads, small roads from the two towns, Cuyama and New Cuyama, lead into 166. This is highly dangerous. Please deny this proposal. Thank you.
We will now go to Roy Reed to be followed by Ben Schwartz. Roy?
Hi, Chair Hartman and Board. I'm Roy Reed. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. I'm also director of the California branch of the National Association of Petroleum Royalty Owners. In May 2015, the negligence of a Texas pipeline company, not Exxon, caused operation of the Santa Ynez unit to halt, eliminating nearly 300 jobs and causing annual losses of over $4.5 million in tax revenues. 7 years later, despite a number of hearings at which planning staff recommended approval, ExxonMobil's facilities remain dormant, with jobs, tax revenue, and vital oil production lost. Recent events clarify the dangers of importing oil from criminal regimes, which switching Russian imports to Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, or Iran only transfers support from one despot to another. Enhancing domestic oil production, like Exxon's Santa Ynez unit, is clearly the best path to follow. In the end, then, we ask you to demonstrate courage and support of words like those we heard from you in the Sunken Garden a week ago, and
That is your time.
to develop a path to approval. Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Schwartz to be followed by Sage Gerson. Ben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Ben Schwartz, and I'm the policy manager for the Clean Coalition, a local nonprofit focused on accelerating the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid. I'd just like to say that this project potentially takes us in the wrong direction from the goals set when the county declared a climate emergency and started working on the strategic energy plan. And I'd also like to point two things out. First, I do not believe that ExxonMobil has done due diligence in any way when it comes to mitigation efforts. Carbon offsets are generally not verifiable and certainly not local. And just as a simple example, there was not much discussed about potentially using EVs or hydrogen vehicles, which would be a simple offset mechanism. The last thing I'll say is that the original permit came around in, I believe, 1987. And if we knew anything that we know now then about climate change, we would never have approved this permit in the first place.
And that is your time.
We should not do so now. Thank you.
We will now go to Sage Gerson to be followed by Louise Reyes Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm calling in to urge you to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking project permit. Restarting oil production on the aging Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage platforms is dangerous and could result in an offshore spill, something Santa Barbara's waters and people are quite familiar with historically. We know how dangerous these spills can be to precious marine life, as well as endangered marine life and human life and economy. I'll also like to point out that Exxon wants to send up to 70 trucks per day, which will greatly increase Santa Barbara County's greenhouse gas emissions and negatively impact air quality at a time when we should really be looking, because of increased climate chaos, towards minimizing those greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, evidence shows that trucking is one of the most dangerous methods to transport oil. There have been 14 trucking accidents in Santa Barbara County that have killed 28 people and spilled over 100,000 gallons of oil in the last 22 years. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Luz Reyes Martin to be followed by Dan Holmes. Luz?
Thank you. This is Luz Reyes Martin. I'm calling in today as chair of the Santa Barbara Sierra Club and as a Goleta Union School District School Board member. I urge you to deny this project. Please protect the safety of our environment, of our communities, and of the critical transportation corridor we have in this county. The future of Santa Barbara County is not with oil, and this project does not reflect our forward-looking values. Like other communities have also mentioned, our Goleta Union School District Board, years ago when this project was first proposed, unanimously adopted a resolution opposing this project. This project is dangerous to our environment, to the health of our communities, and to our public safety. Please listen to these community members that are calling you today and deny this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Dan Holmes to be followed by Larry Bishop. Dan? My apologies. It looks like we just lost Dan. We will now go to Larry Bishop to be followed by Sean Thompson. Larry? And Larry, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Greetings from Buellton. I'm a member of the Buellton City Green Team, but speaking for myself today. Vote no on this project for 3 reasons. 1, traffic safety. Buellton does not need the accident risk and air pollution from 156 new truck trips per day rumbling through our town. Number 2, Buellton primarily depends on our groundwater, which comes from hill drainage towards the Highway 101. Our groundwater doesn't need more oil pollution from truck leaks and spills. Number 3, Santa Barbara County is officially committed to decrease fossil fuel production and use per our climate action plan. Now is the time to show our resolve to protect our climate and our children's future. Now is the time to invest even more in conservation, safe clean energy production. Now is the time to discourage fossil fuel use, even in these hard times of high oil costs. Thank you.
We will now go to Sean Thompson to be followed by Julia Bickford. Sean?
Madam Chair and board members, my name's Sean Thompson. My wife Cara and I are local residents with 25-year roots in this community. We sincerely hope that you uphold the denial of the ExxonMobil trucking proposal. I was Surfrider Foundation's first ambassador when the nonprofit was formed in 1984 and wrote the copy for their first poster to describe its ethos, do a good turn today. I hope that every one of you today might think of those words when making your monumental decision, because that's what it is, monumental. Trucking is indisputably the most dangerous form of transporting crude oil. Exxon wants 70 trucks per day carrying nearly 500,000 gallons of oil along our coast. No matter the much touted mitigation plan, if you've recently driven along the 101, you know that this is a disaster waiting to happen. I'm not anti-oil. I am anti-oil trucking on our roads and on our fragile coast. We have lived without this oil for 7 years and we can continue to do so. I ask every one of you for our community, for our coast, do a good turn today and do what's right for the community. Thank you.
We will now go to Julia Bickford to be followed by Ryan McLeod.
Good afternoon. I'm Julia Bickford, speaking today as an environmental scientist, resident of Santa Barbara, and member of the Sunrise Movement. First, I want to thank the commissioners who recommended that the board deny this project at its first stage. I urge you too to deny Exxon's dangerous trucking proposal. Please listen to the calls for denial from the Chumash people whose ancestral land and waters are at extreme risk from the proposed oil trucking, from scientists, environmental lawyers, community members, and your own staff. The evidence that this is a terrible idea is overwhelming. According to CEQA findings, the risk of an oil spill is inevitable and unmitigatable. In the past 22 years, there have been 87 tanker truck crashes in California, which killed 28 people, injured 59, and spilled 100,000 gallons of oil. The risks to local communities and vulnerable ecosystems are unconscionable. Please protect the health and safety of people, vulnerable ecosystems, and the ancestral lands of the Chumash people instead of Exxon's profits by denying this project. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Ryan McLeod to be followed by Curtis Atterbury. Ryan? And Ryan, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to begin your comments. Alrighty, I'm going to return to Ryan in a moment. We're going to go to Curtis Atterbury to be followed by Joe Carrasco. Curtis?
Hello, my name is Curtis Atterbury. I'm a contractor for ExxonMobil, but I will state that I have no financial incentive for the restart. I work throughout the state. Climate change is a global problem that must be fought on a local level by individuals. It starts with the choices we make. Currently, there is no alternative to hydrocarbon-based power, but it does provide the opportunity for research to find alternatives in the future. We all receive and enjoy the benefits of oil, while some of us turn a blind eye to this with a not in my backyard attitude, like GOO and the Sierra Club. A no vote is a yes vote to deforestation in the rainforest and unregulated, environmentally harmful production of oil in foreign countries. Thank you.
We will now go to Joe Carrasco to be followed by Ryan McLeod.
Hello, I am Jose Carrasco, a member of SB Slow Alliance, and I am calling today to stand in solidarity with the actual tribal elder of Santa Barbara and Goleta area, Ernestine Ignacio de Soto, the Chumash elder of the area, and also with Mother Earth. Because, you know, we can't keep going down this route with more oil and gas production. What happened back in a few years ago, the oil spill in the Refugio State Beach was devastating. Dolphins washed up, dead. A lot of sea life washed up, dead. And, you know, the fact that all these oil and gas people are calling here today, it's all because of interest. You know, they're getting paid, like always, like all these politicians too, getting paid. And we got to stop it. We really got to stop it. Climate change is
That is your
real.
time.
Excuse me. And we will now attempt Ryan McLeod, who would be our final speaker. Ryan? And chair, members of the board, I believe that concludes public comment for this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we have a few documents that we need to consider to vote into the record.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My apologies for not taking this on earlier, but it was brought to my attention that we do have a number of documents received after noon on Friday that in order to be considered as a part of the record will need to be voted in. And if you bear with me, I will list them now, and then if we can get a motion to vote those into the record, that would be appreciated. Beginning with attachment number 29, public comment from the City of Santa Barbara Councilmember Friedman. Attachment 32, public comment from OST Trucks and Cranes. Attachment number 41, public comment from project applicant comments. Attachment number 42, public comment from SLO Climate Coalition. Attachment number 43, public comment from Los Padres Forest Watch. Attachment 44, public comment from the Sierra Club. Attachment number 45, public comment Central Valley Business Federation. And attachment 48, public comment from Clean Coalition, and attachment 49, public comment from the Climate Reality Project. In addition to those attachments, there are a number of documents within groups. Group 7, there was a March 7th, 2022 email from Griselda Olvera, an attached Excel spreadsheet. From Group 10 on March 7th, 2022, email from Javier Barandarian, my apologies. And in Group 10-2 on March 7th, 2022, email from Callie and Cheehee, an attached letter. Group 10-3 comments, March 7th, 2022, email from Nadia Lee Abushanab. Group 10-4 comments from March 7th, 2022, email from Megan Gamble. Group 11 comments, March 7th, 2022, email from Rosemary Verheyen. Group 7 additional comments on March 7th, 2022, 2 emails, one from Tristan Partridge and one from Vita Miller. On March 4th, 2022, email from Roberta Weisglass, an attached letter. And Group 11 additional comments on March 7th, email from Ivor John, an attached letter. And lastly, but not least, a email received Sunday, March 6th from Mary Ellen Brooks for the Citizens Planning Association. This is seen in attachment 53. And again, in order to consider these as a part of the record, if the board would like to move forward with that, a motion to that effect would be greatly appreciated. And I would just like to note for the record, all of these letters were attached online and distributed to the board previously.
And County Council Van Mullen. Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what Clerk just mentioned at the end, that these were all available to the public. They've already been posted online and distributed. It's just our local procedural rules that requires us to be voted into the record officially. Thank you for that explanation. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I move that we accept these into the record.
May I have a
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Lavanino. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So going back to the applicant, Ms. Scott or Mr. Anderson?
Is 5 correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. First, I'd like to thank all of the supporters online and all of the supporters that showed up today to support this opportunity we have. We've heard a lot of public comment today, and I just wanted to reiterate why we're here. We're here only for a temporary 7-year trucking permit. ExxonMobil currently has a vested right to operate the asset. Our facilities require no additional permits to restart, and we're just here for the temporary trucking permit. If a pipeline was available, we could resume production today without the need to require any permits, but it's not available. As for the baseline that was mentioned, the staff appropriately assessed how the baseline should be treated in the SEIR, and we agree with their assessment. Through no fault of ExxonMobil, we have been shut down since May 2015, nearly 7 years. I want to address our record on safety. You heard from many public comments. Safety for our people, our community, and for the environment is our #1 priority. We're proud of our safety record at ExxonMobil and at SYU. At SYU, we've produced nearly 600 million barrels over 40 years without an incident and have 14 federal safety awards. We have and will continue to inspect, protect, and maintain our assets in a condition so that they can be put back in service and operate safely. We work closely with the county, the state, and the federal inspectors and regulators to keep our facilities at or above the expectations. I want to reiterate that alternatives to pipeline transportation were contemplated and allowed for in ExxonMobil's final development plan when it was negotiated. After 5 years of analysis, your staff concluded in the SEIR that the temporary trucking permit is consistent with the county and coastal zoning ordinances. In addition, they set forth many agreed upon mitigations to make this trucking operation one of the most safest and highly regulated in the world. The staff and their experts sufficiently evaluated and analyzed all the risks and ensure proper mitigations were in place to allow for safe operation. That's why your staff recommended it. And they put that forth in their September 8th report. Any incident on Highway 166 is unfortunate. We understand this concern. As I mentioned earlier in our priorities, safety for our people and our community and our environment is our number one priority. And we take this serious. We work daily to train and help ensure that everything we do prevents incidents from happening. This also highlights the importance of our agreed upon mitigations, including stability controls, speed restrictions, and emergency response plans, among other mitigations in the SEIR. The evidence is clear from the SEIR, and the traffic experts agree that our trucking operation can be completed safely in the neighborhoods. As noted earlier, there is a precedence for trucking in our facility. In 2016, we safely executed the inventory of 17 million barrels of oil from our crude storage tanks through a similar trucking operation without incident. We've done it before and we can do it again. Your staff recommended overriding considerations for the temporary trucking permit that provided enormous benefits that exceed the identified Class 1 impact. As stated earlier, these benefits are enormous. When we were shut down, hundreds of employees and contractors and their families were impacted. Businesses were lost. This temporary trucking permit will bring back 250 high-paying jobs, bring back tens of millions of dollars of economic activity to the local businesses and to the county for county services. As you heard from several of the chambers of commerce, denying this trucking operation will set an unintended precedence that will impact any business with trucking needs. Finally, folks expressed concerns related to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. I wanted to reiterate, as indicated in the SEIR, temporary trucking will restore production of lower intensity crude production into our California refineries. Our production from our operation would displace foreign crude, which has twice the carbon emissions per barrel than SYU. The choice in favor of local carbon intensity crude is similar to the decisions we make every day around all of our activities around emissions. Supplying California's oil demand with SYU and lower carbon intensity crude is like choosing to carpool instead of taking a flight. California is an energy island. There are no pipelines from 47 of the states. It requires supply to be imported from foreign countries. We are stuck with that. These countries import their import crude across.
Could you begin to wrap up?
Oh yeah. All right. You as the Board of Supervisors are required by CEQA, and you owe it to your constituents to use the facts and substantial evidence provided in the SEIR and your staff to make an informed decision. This project meets all the requirements. Your staff and professional consultants recommended approval, and we urge you adopt the recommendation, certify the SEIR, and approve the temporary trucking project. Thank you.
Thank you. And does staff have any additional comments?
Madam Chair, no comments at this time, but we're ready for questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Nelson.
Are you wanting to have questions first?
Questions first and then deliberations. Are there any additional questions?
I have questions.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I had a few questions came up through public comment. One that was, I think, most significant that we probably need to ask or clarify was brought up by a few of the respected environmental lawyers that we have in our community about the baseline for this EIR. can we speak to how we came to that conclusion that what we'd use for this?
Sure, Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson. So typically on oil and gas projects in the division, the last 10 or so years, projects that have been operational, we use an operational baseline. Most of the time we'll choose a 3-year operational baseline because oil and gas has a tendency to fluctuate over time. And in order to get kind of a clean reading of production, we use a 3-year average in this case. Exxon does maintain the right to restart the platforms without county approvals. That factored into our decision. And so what we did was we used the last 3 full years of production prior to the Plains spill. So 2012, 13, and 14.
Okay, thank you. And did that happen with concurrence from our county council?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, we have reviewed that, and I can provide just a little bit of legal framework for what Mr. Briggs just said. So
Thank you.
baseline is normally the environmental setting as it exists at the time the notice of preparation is published, but the county does have discretion to decide how to measure the baseline and can deviate from that general starting point as long as the decision is supported by substantial evidence. Here, this is also not an entirely new project. This is an existing facility, and it's a request to modify an existing project and permit. So under CEQA, the baseline is adjusted such that the original approved project is assumed to exist. And there's several options on how to calculate or use a baseline. Here, staff used an average of past years. Other options are to use the maximum of past permitted levels. But ultimately, the board has discretion over the baseline as long as it's supported by substantial evidence. But I think it is defensible as it is drafted now.
There was also some concerns about whether it was adequately addressed the threat to biological resources. Was there something that was left off in the EIR to address those?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, as with all of the projects in our division, we looked very closely at that issue. And we did consider public comments when we circulated the EIR, and we did address those public comments in the revised proposed final document.
Okay. One of the commenters said that there is currently a prohibition on trucking oil in our county, but that this permit would supersede that. Do we have an ordinance that actually prohibits trucking?
No, that's not true. In fact, most of the producers in the county truck their oil to market.
Okay. And then somebody also mentioned that there was plans as part of this project to dump oil into the water. That's not in the project, is it?
I hadn't yet heard that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, those are my questions. Actually, I have one more. So we've heard some comments today about the traffic on 166. Is it true that we hired a consultant to evaluate that and determine whether it was safe to truck the oil on 166 or not?
Yes, we did hire a consultant to prepare the traffic study and the traffic section of the EIR.
And the conclusion was that it was safe to travel on 166?
So the conclusion doesn't say specifically that it's safe. What it does is it describes the existing conditions, and then it discusses how the project would add or subtract to those existing conditions. And so generally speaking, what the EIR found was that level of service is acceptable, except for one intersection. That's the southbound interchange between 166 and 101. And in order to avoid a significant impact at that intersection, the EIR included a mitigation measure that would reduce trucking during peak hours, both in the morning and in the evening. So there would be no trucking during those times in order to avoid that significant impact. And then with respect to traffic safety, the EIR identifies that the 166 does have a slightly above average incident rate for accidents, and then provides a host of mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts to traffic safety. And, I can't list those off the top of my head, but they're identified in the document.
And my earlier question to you, but I think Mr. Anderson may have clarified it, I was talking about the net trips, because of the trips that will no longer come east from Kern County to Santa Barbara County. he said 9 net trips. Is that something that was accurate?
It's been a while since we looked at that number. I would have to, our team could go back into the document real quick and verify that.
Okay, and then the other last question I have was about these offsets that Supervisor Williams brought up. So the offsets that are being proposed by the project applicant, those will have to be verified from APCD staff and from county staff to be accepted as a mitigation, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. County staff does not have the expertise to verify offsets, but typically these offsets are purchased from exchanges that are verified.
Okay.
So there are numerous exchanges for these types of credits and offsets in California. And the applicant would be required to purchase those offsets from verified exchanges. And we would rely on APCD to be our issue area expert in that regard.
Okay. So if APCD did not verify those things or did not accept that verification, then it would not be eligible?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, who would like to go first? Supervisor Williams.
Not always sure if I want to go first, but fortune favors the bold, they say. Of course, I think that's an Irish saying, and they had to have a hard road to get to victory. But I'll just say, first of all, I think it's an important time in our history to acknowledge that and thank everybody from both sides for being here, and for articulating yourselves in a mostly respectful fashion. And to me, I want to validate that that someone who comes here to speak from their need to be able to make a living I think that's a perfectly valid position to have. And I think that somebody who comes here from their need to, live in a better world, that's a valid position too. And it's our unenviable role to try to balance these things. And I only, hope that you will continue to have empathy and understanding for people on the other side of it. Because I think this is part of a transformation going on in our country, and hopefully our world. Part of that validation is I want to acknowledge that I think there were attempts made in the project, particularly in the previous project's configuration, to adequately mitigate the project and even to substantiate, some kind of something approaching a carbon negative, project. And I want to validate that. I want to appreciate that. When I first went out to Las Flores Canyon, and when I saw the first staff report, I definitely acknowledge that either because there is a transformation in the industry or because you're getting really savvy, there was an attempt to design a project that could be said to reduce overall truck traffic, and even to reduce emissions. And I think, but then P66's retirement of the Santa Maria refinery happened. And I really think it's important to indicate that the support that the staff analysis had for the original project was based on those advantages. And if you follow that logic, then you also must follow the logic that the project no longer has those benefits. I will support denial of the project simply because I cannot see how the safety impacts are mitigatable. And this, again, is not because of the behavior of your drivers. It's, I guess I'll put it this way. While I validate all of our political opinions and where we're coming from and trying to make through life, what I don't validate is our driving habits as a society, and I represent the first district. I represent the Cuyama area, and we've gotten lucky some years recently, but there are a lot of bad accidents on that corridor. And I don't think you can train drivers to be able to stop the craziness of people trying to pass them. And I do believe that there will be loss of life because of if we were to approve this project. And I don't see any way to really compensate for that or mitigate that impact. I also think that the GHG impacts are significant, and I it's not that I don't think that you can mitigate GHG impacts. I just think that any project that I think would be really serious about this would have a large share of local mitigation, because we are particularly the communities along the corridor are the ones that face disproportionate amount of the impacts. GHG impacts are detrimental to the environment generally, but our county, along with the truck route, will bear the brunt of environmental impacts, including GHG, air quality impacts, and potential significant impacts from potential spills, which, based on the accident data, is submitted by, is not a question of if, but it's a question of when those accidents and a spill will occur. And as I said, if the truck trips terminated at the Santa Maria pump station as previously proposed, the total distance of truck trips would be lower. In fact, I think the attempt was being made to show that it would be lower than the status quo. And that would have been a difficult thing for me to wrestle with, right? But now, with the slated closure of Santa Maria pump station in the next year or so, truck trips will be shifted to driving all the way to Kern County for the duration of the project. Not only does this minimize the previously identified benefit that the project would reduce truck trips, it puts many trucks on the road, driving very far, causing environmental impacts the entire route. Production of local oil may have benefits above the importation of foreign oil, which I'll get to that argument. However, transportation by truck is not the appropriate way to transport it. And I cannot find that the benefits of the project outweigh the significant environmental impacts. Being that I've spent most of my life as a foot soldier for the local environmental movement, I'll say that it took decades of negotiation, fighting, public hearings to get to the point where most of the oil in the county was, most of the volume was pipelined, right? And that used to be the case. You wouldn't say the majority of the projects per se, but the majority of the volume, because this was the big piece of the pie. That is the safer way. That is the I find it sad that through the negligence of another oil company, that balance, or that sort of peace was ruptured, and now we fight over the future after that pipeline rupture. I appreciate the argument of both the political, social, and GHG impacts of foreign oil. And some foreign oil is real sweet, easy to refine, low GHG content. Some of it is sour and is difficult to refine and is high carbon content. And I do think that that should be a principle of analysis going forward. I find that the benefits that were articulated were not really substantiated. And I don't think that's the applicant's fault because of how recently the Santa Maria pump station's closure was announced. But really, you know, if you're going to come here and try to substantiate that an oil project could have environmental benefits and GHG benefits, I can't just, I got to see those numbers, right? You know, and I don't think they're there. So I think it rests on a couple of factors. I think at the end of the day, it rests on the fact that we can't, that the safety impacts are significant and unmitigatable of the trucking itself. The fact that though I validate that there are benefits to working people in the project, they do not reach the level where I can make a statement of overriding considerations, because I think that the impacts are there and are not acceptable for Santa Barbara, and you know that I hope for the day that the industry transforms enough to bridge the gap where I hope there's some day where there's solar panels at Las Flores Canyon. And I hope for the day when ExxonMobil is making money in renewable energy in our community. But the day isn't today. That's someday in the future.
Who would like to go next?
Sure, I'll go. You're right. It isn't today. That's the problem. I mean, if it was today, this project would be awesome because we would have renewable energy at our fingertips, and we don't. But you know, I think that's the crux of this. It's the timing. And so I'll start off with my comments, but I want to thank staff. This has been, you know, a long and arduous trip, and you guys are always charged with bringing us kind of an independent review outside of the outside forces that we have pulling on us all the time to come with a reasoned, well thought out staff report. And you know, the fact that I always find it interesting, and it's got to be confusing for the public, that the same group, the same staff that put together a report recommending approval at the Planning Commission then has to come back because of the Planning Commission's vote and kind of change the findings and say, you know, they can no longer support the project, or here's the reasons for denial. So I know it's tough. But I want to start off like on a micro and then a macro level. On the micro level, I just want to talk about this project. It fully offsets air emissions to zero. It fully offsets GHG emissions to zero. And I remember one of my colleagues telling me, he said, you know, if there's ever an oil project that gets to net zero, then I would support it. And I don't think that's going to happen today, because now it's not net zero. It's if it was negative, you know, if it was better than the other, then we'd be able to do it. But so this one implements truck hazard mitigation plan, the speed controls, trucking route on oil spill contingency plan, an oil spill response trailer, no trucking during rainy days. The staff report says the probability of a spill, and obviously we can't eliminate risk, But once in 17 years along 166, or once in 52 years along the 101. I mean, that's freaking mind blowing. You can't eliminate risk, but this almost does. It gets it to the point where it is, we're talking about once every 50 years. Although I still heard during public comment, a couple of people talking about the 69 oil spill, and I started doing the math and I'm like, wow, that was 50 something years ago and people still remember it. But if you told me there was a project, let's take oil out of the equation. If you told me there was a project that would create 250 jobs and generate $4.5 million a year for the county for local schools, I think we would all be lining up behind it. I mean, our number one ledge priority in the county our number one legislative priority in the county is to push for job growth and economic vitality. So we have a project in front of us. It's asking us if we would approve 250 jobs and $4.5 million a year. And I've got the feeling that the answer is going to be no. So that's the micro side of it, that this particular project. But then I look at the macro, and this is what really always just gives me heartburn whenever we have an oil project is, well, I want to quote something a former president once said. Energy security is national security. If you think about that, you're probably thinking, oh, it's probably Reagan or Bush or maybe even Trump. That was Senator Barack Obama. That was President Barack Obama who said that. When we import our energy, now this is no longer the president, this is Supervisor Steve Lavanino. But when we import our energy, we're susceptible to being held hostage and we pay a ransom every time we fill up our car or truck. And it wasn't that long ago for me that I remember when I went to get gas, I didn't have the opportunity to just fill up my tank whenever I felt like I didn't have the money to do it. You know, it was put 20 bucks in and see how long that lasts. And you got to kind of space things out. And then you're going to go back to the gas tank again, get another 20 bucks. And we may have forgotten that, but there are plenty of people, especially in my district, that's their way of life right now. And I know we can sit here and argue whether this particular project would, reduce the price of gasoline. But I'm talking about on a macro level of all of us, not just this one project, but this country as a whole has to pivot and has to say, yes, we do want to transition. Shoot, my record. I started jotting down a few things. I've supported wind turbines in Lompoc. I've supported transitioning our county fleet of cars to electric vehicles. I supported adding solar panels over our parking lots. And I've worked to implement energy efficiencies in our county buildings. But we got to stop the hypocrisy of our generation. Well, I don't want to put it just on this generation, all of us, of talking about getting rid of oil because there's new green energy coming. The reality is that as much as we want that to happen, as much as I've voted for it to happen, it's not there yet. And we have to continue to produce fossil fuels as we transition. Not to mention the fact that working families, I actually looked up, and I know, Doss, you've got a cheaper car for me to look at, so I'm going to look into that. But I started looking at Teslas just yesterday. I was like, oh man, gas is $6 a gallon. I'm going to check this out. Those freaking cars are like $75,000 up to over $100,000. Like, there are thousands, I would say, thousands of 15 to 20-year-old cars driving around Santa Maria that people, use as their transportation. So this idea that at some point we're all going to be driving electric vehicles is not going to happen for a long time. This idea that I think we have to get away from is, especially that I see so much in this county, is if I don't see it, it's not happening, right? If I don't see the oil production, it's not happening. But what we heard today is, deforestation. We're buying oil from countries that have no desire to improve human rights or women's rights. And I see it in housing, I've seen it in cannabis, and I see it in the oil industry. It's like, well, I can't have it around me as long as it's not around me. And I heard people today, I support oil, I just don't want to hear. Well, this is where it is. And closing your eyes to it or looking away from it is not going to make it go away. So I've threatened this a couple of times where I'm like, you know what, I'm at the point where I'm almost there, where it's like, what I would love to do is put a ballot on the measure, a measure on the ballot, ballot on the measure, a measure on the ballot, asking people if they would like to ban oil in Santa Barbara County and not use oil products in Santa Barbara County. And my guess is that ballot measure would pass until people figured out what in the heck oil does for them. And when they realized they couldn't go anywhere, their roads started falling apart, or the clothes that they were wearing, they couldn't use them anymore, or the makeup that they're wearing goes away and everything disappears. And maybe that's what it's going to take, that people realize that it's in our everyday lives. And so, you know, I understand why people will vote. There's a strong contingency that totally disagrees with me, that thinks that you know, the protections of the environment outweigh these other needs of our community. And I just fundamentally disagree with that. I know I've tried hard. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. People just cling to this as we do our religions. So like, this is embedded in people, and they're not going to give up the view. And so that kind of makes me sad, because I guess I see the people more than maybe other people do in my district, of the person that's going to go work for Pacific Petroleum, you know, the person that's going to work for Speeds, you know, that's going to actually be able to go buy a house. And now it's not going to be able to. So anyway, those are my comments. I support the project, and I would vote to approve it.
Supervisor Hart?
Well, I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and really appreciate the members of the public who came out today and spoke really eloquently. I was typing furiously, trying to integrate the ideas and thoughts that were expressed today in my remarks. And so I think I'll just read what I wrote. The environmental impact report for this project identified the potential for a significant and unavoidable impact to sensitive resources due to potential oil spills. While there are a number of proposed mitigation strategies that could reduce the potential for oil spills, the risk is still too great. The risk is clear from the facts in the staff report, from the comments of many community members today, and by our own long local history of devastating oil incidents, from the 1969 oil spill that galvanized the environmental movement, to the 2015 oil spill on the Gaviota Coast, and to the 2020 March truck incident that spilled 6,600 gallons of oil into the Cuyama River on Highway 166. As highlighted by the Environmental Defense Center, more than a dozen oil tanker accidents have occurred in our county over the past 14 years, 8 of which took place on the proposed route. In order to approve this project, we would need to make the findings that the project benefits outweigh the risks. The economic benefit and tax revenue that could be generated by this project pales in comparison to the economic benefits generated by our coastal hospitality industry, an industry that is threatened by the risk of oil spills. As pointed out by the Sierra Club, the revenue generated by the Ritz-Carlton Bacara Hotel alone, a hotel that was impacted by the 2015 spill, is more than 3 times the county tax revenue that could be generated by this proposed project. Like the public commenters from the UCSB Environmental Affairs Board, I'm also concerned the jobs being promised today are not as secure as claimed. Last year, ExxonMobil temporarily suspended 401k matching contributions for its employees and released a plan to lay off up to 15% of its global workforce by the end of 2022. This was done to assure shareholders it will make cuts elsewhere before reducing its stock dividends. If ExxonMobil is already cutting massive numbers of jobs and benefits, how certain are the jobs we're being promised today? The local jobs being promised from this project may also not be as high quality as ExxonMobil claims. For the past 10 months, the company kept 600 United Steelworker Union members locked out from their jobs in an oil refinery in Texas. Lockout was initiated to force the union to accept an unfavorable contract or push the refinery workers to de-unionize. After 10 months without pay, the United Steelworkers Local voted to accept the contract, but intends to continue with an unfair labor practices complaint against the company. The significant financial stress the oil industry is facing from reduced global demand should give us pause when we hear the promises being made about the high quality jobs in this project. Many financial experts are increasingly questioning ExxonMobil's fundamental long-term financial stability. The firm is highly leveraged with a very high debt to equity ratio. This means that a significant portion of ExxonMobil's operations are funded through debt rather than wholly owned funds. This large amount of long-term debt has been rapidly rising, even before the pandemic. Because of this, and because future growth may be limited, ExxonMobil must cut costs, and we're already seeing this effort play out through layoffs, anti-union actions, and reduced benefits. One of the world's largest financial asset managers, BlackRock, stated last year that ExxonMobil should further assess its strategy and board expertise against the possibility that demand for fossil fuels may decline rapidly in the coming decades. The situational assessment and board reorganization, which BlackRock believes was necessary for the future success of the company, has not been started by corporate management. BlackRock's analysis concluded the company's stubbornness to modernize company policy presents a clear corporate governance issue that has the potential to undermine the company's long-term financial stability. This morning, we had an item on the agenda to consider the issue of abandoned, idled, and orphaned oil wells in our county. While it may be difficult to imagine a future where ExxonMobil is not a major global energy producer, the volatility of the oil industry over the past decade is very disturbing and concerning. As we learned from other giant corporations that have lost their way financially, when companies are siloed in a single industry and demand significantly decreases for their product, the financial foundation of very large companies can quickly shift. The astronomical cost required to properly shut down the offshore oil rigs in the channel cannot be underestimated, and taxpayers have already borne the cost of remediating the oil wells left by the Greca and Veneco bankruptcies. Many people today commented on the need to increase oil production in the Santa Barbara Channel to offset the oil produced in Russia. I believe these comments miss the fundamental choice we're facing today from the combination of climate change and the threat posed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must reduce our dependence on fossil fuels to achieve true energy independence. Our country and the world have faced oil shocks in the past: the OPEC oil embargo in the 70s, the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War. The policy mistake we made each time oil supplies were interrupted by events was not taking advantage of those crises to advance renewable energy supplies. We can't make this mistake again. As I stated earlier, I will be voting to deny this application because I cannot make the finding that the significant adverse environmental impacts as identified in the project EIR can be overridden by the project benefits for the reasons stated above. While our decision today is limited in scope to the temporary trucking program that would allow the San Ynez unit to restart operations before the reconstruction of a pipeline, I believe that our community wants to send a clear message that we are unwilling to risk damage to our environment in exchange for short-term corporate profits, uncertain local jobs, and modest tax revenue. I'd also like to speak directly to the broader topic of phasing out oil production as we find new ways to generate clean energy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The County of Santa Barbara has affirmed through our climate action plan and the other programs of the county's One Climate initiative that combating climate change is one of our county's most urgent priorities. As we look to the future of energy production in Santa Barbara County, we must do everything possible to champion a clean energy future. This work must also include a just transition, ensuring that workers have new local union construction jobs to replace the jobs that are at risk as the fossil fuel industry contracts. This board has the opportunity to support local union construction jobs by passing a community workforce agreement ordinance for county-funded capital construction projects. We need to walk the talk and use our county projects to support working families with good-paying union jobs. While this gets talked about a lot at all levels of government, the just transition to renewable energy, there hasn't been enough local government action to fix the problems. we can put our words into action, and I urge my board colleagues to recognize the connection between our decision today and the need to pass a local community workforce agreement as soon as possible.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, yes, Chair Hartman, thank you. I wanted, since we're in the deliberations period, I mean, a lot of us have our speeches prepared that we're going to say to the public and then get to a vote. But I actually just have a question, here for my colleagues. This project has this significant unavoidable impact, and all oil projects are going to have that. Is there any project that we, as a county, can accept that can mitigate that? Because I think that's a decision we need to be clear on. Because if this project can't do it and future projects can't do it, we really should just be honest with our process here. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic with that. I just really would think in Santa Barbara County, we should be honest with applicants and the public on what we're doing. And if there's no way to mitigate that, I think that should be on the table. It should be for our staff. We don't want them to continue to spend years and years spinning their wheels. We're going to have a pipeline project. I'm sure that this is also going to be one of the things that's studied, I would imagine. Right? So, at some point we have to address this. We can't just tell people, go through a 5-year process, spend millions of dollars, burn up a bunch of staff time, which we don't have enough staff. That's what we keep hearing, just to come back to us with the same significant unavoidable impact, and then we deny it. So I'm curious, is there a way that this board could ever deal with that impact in an EIR? Because I think that's something we need to decide. And I think this is one of the opportunities that we get to have the discussion. I mean, there's no board item that we can ever bring to the board to talk about that. Is this too big for this board to overcome? And I think that's something we need to decide for the people in this room, and for our staff and for the public at large. Is there any way to overcome this? Could this project have done more? Wasn't a rhetorical question, but I will move on.
If it's a question, I
It
mean,
is a question.
I'll
Yeah.
If that isn't rhetorical,
It's not.
I will be brave enough to try to answer that
Please.
question. And I think I partially did in my comments. I think first of all, there is a flaw with out-of-state mitigation, right?
address it.
And that is that, look, if you're purchasing credits, say from wind farms in Montana, those landowners in Montana, they don't want the credits, but they are making money. So it's sort of not generating demand, right? So I would say that there is a real flaw in that, especially when you have right in front of you the mitigations in our own community that are possible. Fundamentally, I don't see the gulf between us all as big as some of you do today, because I think some of you are proposing a supply solution to the problem, and some of us are proposing a demand solution to the problem. I fundamentally believe, as Supervisor Hart articulated, that energy independence lies in reduction of our consumption overall. And therein lies a very easy way for any project to mitigate. We don't have enough electric cars. We don't have enough infrastructure to fully maximize potential. I was looking throughout this hearing at what is the renewable amount, the percentage renewable energy on the grid while we've been sitting here. And it has varied while we've been sitting here from 50% to 80%. So this isn't like in the future. It's here, it's now. The potential for both green energy and green powered transportation is right here. And I do believe that someday it is possible to, a project might come that adequately mitigates its impact. I think that's possible. I don't think it's here today. And I'll, think that part of that is because of the change in the Santa Maria facility. This does not adequately mitigate it in my mind. And plus there is a safety element that's impossible in a trucking project to mitigate adequately. But I don't think we should dismiss the possibility that someday a project will come that is environmentally beneficial.
And my response to that, and I appreciate the dialogue, because I really, as you guys have seen since I've been on the board, I am trying to create solutions. Let's have a conversation. Let's vet it out. I'm not actually making a supply or demand argument. To me, it's a process argument. Do we have an honest process in this county? Can any applicant go through our process and legally get through that and expect to get a permit without having essentially the rug pulled out from under them? It's the same position I've been taking on cannabis in the county. I'm not a cannabis guy. It's something, but we have an ordinance, and you know what? An applicant comes in, they check all the boxes, it's legal, and for that zoning, they do the environmental impact or the supplemental environmental impact, and we come to a place that we more often than not, and actually every time in the last year plus, we've approved those projects. We had that same thing happen to us last week with the G&K farms, where there's some people out there that are just opposed to cannabis. And even though you create a better processing facility, double walled, HVAC, carbon scrubbers, we do all the things that need to actually improve the situation, they're just still going to ask for it to be denied no matter what. And I think that we saw that. I see a lot of correlations with that in this project, where Exxon has come on and gone above and beyond in every place possible. And I think what I'm hearing is that there is no scenario where their project can be approved. And I think we, at some point, maybe we need to bring forward in long-range planning, is that we should maybe have an ordinance where we don't accept applications where there's going to be the risk of hazardous materials or risk of upset. I think that would be an honest process for us to do in this county, because I think that would at least send the message that we're not going to go there, because obviously it's not something I'm going to support, but if that's something functioning that we're going down, I think we need to be honest. I think our board does have broad discretion here, but we resisted the temptation to abuse that. And again, they've gone through all of it. They consulted with staff and council on a baseline. They've gone above and beyond. And obviously we haven't heard from Supervisor Hartman, so I don't mean to presume what her vote is. But right now we're at a 2-2. And so I do support the project. These jobs, I'm not supporting because of the jobs. I'm actually not supporting because of the tax revenue. I'm on a process argument here, and I'm really going to foundationally stick to that as I have as a supervisor. I'm going to support it because the process was correct and legal. Now, the jobs part, most of you guys are my constituents. You're some of my neighbors, you're my friends. Some of you coach Little League that my kids have played for, and so the impacts that are going to be felt are going to be felt most significantly on my district and Steve's district. And it's hard to be sitting here seeing potentially a project like this go down. This county has been making statements about equity for a long time. And, these are jobs that help generational equity and make a difference in this community. And I know that there is a political ideology and activism that wants to see you guys disappear, but I see you. And, I think I know where the vote's going, but I hope that it doesn't, because I hope the entire board sees you and we can support you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I see my job and responsibility and duty is to evaluate the projects that come in front of us and the facts as they're presented today. And I think there are legitimately different views of those facts, but I don't think, that Supervisor Nelson's rhetorical question about, is there any project is relevant to what we're doing today. What we're doing is we're looking at this project and we're all, making our judgment about the facts that are presented to us today. And that's what our responsibility is. And that's, I think, what all of us are doing. So.
And so then Supervisor Hart, or sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman and
I
Supervisor
like
Hart.
the dialogue.
Yeah. So is there anything this project could do to be approvable?
this project is what it is. It's not a future rhetorical project. It's what this project's proposed.
So
Question on that, just for county council, like you cannot have I mean, would it, I think what Supervisor Nelson's asking is, do we just ban, I mean, do we put something out there that says, I think that's what you're getting at. There's no sense applying because there's a ban, which I think is different than having a board that has a difference of opinion. Because we're not all going to be here forever either, you know. A couple of years from now, there's going to be a couple of different people up here. So, but I'm just kind of curious. From
Sure, Bob and I plan to be here for a while. Yeah,
we can all plan.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So the board has discretion over this type of project. If an applicant puts in an application for something that is allowed by our ordinance, then they're entitled to go through the process, do environmental review, and go through the decision-making process, in this case, at the Planning Commission and now to your board. With each one of these projects that's discretionary, then your board considers the facts and circumstances as well as the environmental impacts and then makes a decision based on the evidence of that case. So my recommendation would not be to make any kind of global statement on future projects.
So, and the reason why I asked the question to you, Supervisor Hart, was that, you know, often we do add conditions to projects. We say, hey, this is what make the project better, so I could vote for it. You know, Supervisor Williams, if all the credits were done in the state of California, could that be enough?
I think I've with two attempts attempted to try to answer your basic question. I think we're going down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
does that conclude your comments?
It does.
We've heard about a traffic study that basically this comes down to an assessment of the risk versus the benefit. And we have the duty to weigh those against each other. We can do it in a narrow way. We can look at the trucking risk itself. We have a future projection of 1 in 52 years accident on the 101, a 1 in 17 year accident on the 166. But we have an actual history that says in Santa Barbara County, we had 14 trucking accidents in 15 years and 8 along this route in 15 years. So trucking is inherently risky. And on the 166, it is absolutely tremendously risky. That is why there was a prohibition initially on the 166 being a route for this project. That only came back into play after the Santa Maria pump station announcement. So there's no question that the Route 166 is extremely dangerous. It's a 2-road going each direction, very few pullouts, people impatient. And we heard from quite a few people in Kiama who watch this every day who can attest to the riskiness of that particular road. So we look at that narrowly, that risk, and then we look at it against the benefits. And I think Supervisor Hart, relying on the Environmental Affairs Board and some of the BlackRock studies, suggest that maybe some of the benefits aren't as certain as we might think. We often talk about the transition to renewable energy, and it's always way out there. But once it starts happening quickly. One of my favorite images is of 1900 in New York on Fifth Avenue, where there's 50 horses and 1 car. 13 years later, in 1913, there's 40 cars and 1 horse-drawn carriage. Once change starts, it can really happen quickly. And I believe that's going to be the case with our transition to renewable energy. So we can think about it in terms of just the trucking. I do believe, however, that we need to think about this more broadly, and we do have discretion about the baseline. The baseline, in my view, is current conditions. And the current conditions are that we are in a climate crisis. And the GHGs from this, it could offset the trucking, although only 1/10 of it would be local. But the facility itself is the largest greenhouse gas emitter in our county. And then the burning of the fossil fuels itself, that is not mitigated for either. So is this really the direction to go when we are facing a climate crisis? For my way of thinking, that is just not the case. So in conclusion, I would say that it's detrimental to the health and safety of the neighborhoods that this trucking would go by. And it's not compatible with the surrounding areas. And the streets, particularly 166 and also the 101, are not designed for this kind of traffic. We've already experienced it during a fire where we did have an accident with a truck and it closed the freeway down. And that's a very dangerous situation. So we're moving into a more vulnerable situation and adding greater risk onto these roads that in time of disaster, we really need to count on them being open. So I just can't support this project, and those are the reasons why. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Oh, pardon? Oh, that's sorry. Yes.
Madam
Please.
Chair.
Long day.
Madam Chair, members of the board, now that the staff has heard from the board, my recommendation would be that we take a break so that we can do a review of the findings to see if there needs to be any update to reflect the board's deliberations.
And any estimate how long that might take?
15 minutes.
Okay, so we convene again.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to help guide that process by making a motion to deny the project, finding that the safety impacts are significant and unmitigatable, adding the 2020 staff recommendations to the record as evidence, and of course evidence presented to this at this hearing.
And I'll second that. And I think we also have to make the CEQA findings. Or actually,
No.
the modified project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Number B and C, A, B, and C in the staff report. Is that what you're?
No, I think they've got that covered, and I think that would only be for approval.
I'm sorry.
I think with the three additions I mentioned, I think the findings are where they need to be.
Well, let's let staff do their work. And you don't need a conceptual motion at this point.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I
And
think the
vote.
direction is pretty clear, but if you'd like to do a conceptual motion, that's fine. The board still maintains discretion, regardless, maintains discretion until the very end. And so we'll review the findings, and then it's not until then that you would take a final vote.
Okay, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. We're reconvening the meeting of March 8th, 2022 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And we were refining the findings for today's decision. And Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So we have collectively worked together to update the findings. We have those findings that we're going to share with you in track changes on the screen here. You have copies that are available to you that are a clean copy. Whoa.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'd just like to note for the record, the clerk of the board did upload this attachment to the agenda item today, attachment 56, entitled Exxon Attachment A, Revised Findings for Denial. That has also been made available to the board members, as well as in the back of the room here in Santa Maria. And there are no members of the public in Santa Barbara, but it has been made available in all locations.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're working on getting it loaded up
Sure.
to the screen.
And if I'm correct, we'll review these findings. We'll have the applicant respond and then get a motion, a second, and make the decision.
Madam Chair, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right.
I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Briggs to walk you through the changes.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we made some changes here. We made additions to each of the findings reflecting the comments that we heard from the board today. From the three supervisors to my left. And we think that these additions reflect the intent of your comments in your deliberations. I'm going to spare you reading them myself, so go ahead and take a look.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, so what you're seeing on the screen is the track changes version of the hard copy that you have. So it's just showing the changes.
Correct.
Madam,
Mr. Briggs, could you read the part that's sort of green or fuzzy? I can't make out those words, so you don't have to read the whole thing, but if you could just read those.
Sure. Sure. So the first man, the first sentence in blue there says may not be as secure or as high quality as indicated by the applicant, and they do not outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental impacts of the project.
Thank you.
And going to the next one, we crossed out the word but and substituted and. And then moving on, we crossed out GHG air quality impacts, and the sentence ends with and localized air impacts. Next change in blue, Santa Maria Pump Station in 2023. Next change in blue, the earlier versions of the proposed project mitigated GHG impacts to a much larger extent. And then the final paragraph, additionally, the potential economic benefits of the project are substantially less than those of the county's coastal hospitality industry, which is significantly threatened by the possibility of oil spills. I think there may be more. Then we have a few changes in purple here that are a little bit difficult to read. Looks like the second sentence here in this paragraph, existing driver behavior, which recent data shows an increase in traffic fatalities, is problematic. And then last sentence to this finding reads, the board incorporates by reference all of the public comments submitted for the March 8th, 2022 hearing, which detail additional accident data and safety concerns. And then those same changes are reflected in the final finding. And you can see the same sentence repeated here in blue.
And that's it.
And that's it.
County Council?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so just one clarification. So the changes reflected on the screen are what was passed out. Subsequent to passing out to the board, we did have a request from Supervisor Williams to make a clarification. And so the blue at the top that was just read off about the project would create significant impacts regarding traffic safety. And then it says existing accident information. Is that what it was? Okay. Existing driver behavior. So that sentence that was added by Supervisor Williams. I just want to make that clear since that's not in the copy that was provided. And I also wanted to clarify for the record that I do recommend giving the applicant an opportunity to respond. It's not required, but if you'd like to respond to the findings, then you'd have that opportunity.
So Mr. Henderson.
Madam Chair, could we have a few minutes to
Yes.
group and discuss
course.
before we address? Okay, thank you.
So Lisa, you were saying the project would create significant regarding traffic safety. Oh, no, I got a whole other box. You're never going to use it all my. That would be a better statement. Or we can just simply just say project. You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just curious. Okay, we're reconvening once again. Ms. Scott, the applicant, is going to address the findings.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, for sharing the revised findings for denial with ExxonMobil. We respectfully disagree with the findings. We do not believe that they're based on the substantial evidence that was presented here today and that are reflected in the SCIR. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we need a motion and a second.
I just want to make sure that do we need to have the findings updated on the website before we make the motion, or can that be updated from the motion?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think it's okay to go ahead and move forward. We showed the changes on the screen. We also announced the changes and been discussed with the applicant. And so I think it's fine to move forward now.
All right. Then I move that we make the required findings for denial of the modified project as was printed up here on the screen and available on TV to be reviewed for folks. It will be in the future posted to be reviewed on the website, but not the version currently online. B, that will at Mr. Hart's correct suggestion, mea culpa, determine the denial of the modified project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 1527O, and approve the filing of a notice of exemption, and that we will deny the modified project.
Second.
Any further discussion? Supervisor Nelson, your light?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just to eliminate any confusion about what is being voted on, I think it would be helpful to just have staff read the minor changes that were made to this version. So you have this version. There's just, I think, 2 sentences added to each finding on this version, and I just want that clear for the record. And then we can move forward to it.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, we are looking at page A3, finding E. And I'm just going to read the first 2 sentences. The project would create impacts regarding traffic safety along Calle Real, Highway 101, and State Route 166 due to the addition of tanker truck trips to and from Las Flores Canyon to the Pentland Terminal. Existing driver behavior, which recent data shows an increase in traffic fatalities, is problematic. And then so on. That exact language is also repeated on page A4 under finding 2.2.E. Exact same 2 sentences.
So do we need another motion to clarify that it's these changes now?
Sure, or the maker of the motion and second can just modify, incorporate that.
Yes, and that language was articulated when we reviewed it the first time here. So it's not adding it over 10 minutes ago. It's adding it.
Clarifying, yeah.
Clarifying.
Second.
Okay, and no further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
So with that, we are adjourned till Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 in Santa Barbara Hearing Room.